Good morning, everyone. We are going to start promptly at 8:30. I don't know if Jim wants to ring his cowbell again.
Looks like you might be on the phone, Celine.
Where are they? Are they back down at Laguna? The weather's nice that you get out and move around. Stuck inside.
I think a couple of our directors are still in the process of connecting, and I want to make sure that Director Jan's here, so just hold tight for a couple minutes, please. All right, welcome everybody. I'm going to start today's meeting. This is the Thursday, November 19th meeting of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. We're going to start today with agenda item 17, which is the Basin Director's Reports. And to get us started, I'm going to remind everybody that we are in the Thanksgiving month and that it's been a very challenging year. So I would invite everyone to share something that they're thankful for as they give their director's reports today. And we'll start with 17A, South Platte Director Jan.
All right. Well, welcome everybody again to the day 2. It's good to see you all. I'll hit on the thing I'm thankful for towards the end, so I don't cry through the whole thing. Anyway, you know how I am. Anyway, in the South Platte Basin, of course, you all know we've had 2 really big fires, one that crossed over the Continental Divide, the Troublesome Fire, and then the Cameron Peak Fire. So those are kind of in the news here in the South Platte Basin, and we are concerned about those. And to that end, I've made some calls to Northern and Greeley and Fort Collins, just because those are the bigger entities right in that area. And there is some concern about their watershed and their water supply for the municipalities. So it's a big area, of course, because it goes across the Continental Divide into Grand Lake and Lake Granby. So that's where a lot of the water comes to us in the northern part of the state as well. So I just wanted to thank the staff of the CWCB, and I am thankful for them, by the way, but thank the staff of CWCB for all that they do. I called Becky, and then I called some of the entities around and talked to Lauren. And they've been very responsive, and they were way ahead of me, so I didn't have to worry about it. But I did, reach back out and talk to some people at Fort Collins, and one of the guys, Matt Zolacki from Fort Collins, he just texted me back, and he just said, "There's some guy, Chris Sturm." He said he is sharp as heck, and so I just wanted to give a shout out to Chris, and I think that's a compliment. I don't know how sharp heck is, but I think it's a compliment. So it's good to see that we can be so responsive and that we can actually help some people out in this area, even though it's not right in the wheelhouse of some of the things we do. But I guess technically it is, with watershed health and also water supply. So I just wanted to say thank you to all the people at CWCB and the staff for that. Out on the plains here, harvest is over. And so we had a little bit lower than normal corn harvest. And that we think mainly was we had a really cold snap on my birthday on September 9th. And so it got really cold, and that, I think, hurt the yields of the corn a little bit. So the yields are down a little bit, but it was good quality, and the price is actually up a little bit in corn, so it's not bad. And the price for next year is even better, so farmers are able to lock in some profits ahead of time here. The sugar beet harvest was phenomenal, and sometimes you try to figure out why this is, but we don't know for sure. But the sugar and the tonnage was really good, and so I talked to some of our sugar beet farmers, and it was really good. And because it was so dry, we can, we have reservoirs to water our land in a lot of places, and that's what North Sterling does. But the hay quality is top notch. So when you don't get very much rain, you can put up really good hay. And some of our guys actually got 5 cuttings. So that's very, very unusual. 4, some guys get 3, a lot of guys get 4, but this year, actually a few of them got 5 cuttings of alfalfa. So it was, from that standpoint, and the alfalfa, because it's so dry and the grass didn't grow as well, there's more of a demand for hay. So the hay price is up a little bit. So our farmers are doing pretty well. Cattle prices are steady. And so right around our area, calves are coming off of the cows. They're weaning them this time of year. And so So that's going well, and so it's not bad out on the farm front through all of this in 2020. We have reservoirs out here, and they did what they were supposed to this year. It was kind of dry, but we used almost all of the North Sterling Reservoir. We had a little bit left because we got a little bump. When it got really cold, the demand on the river went down, and we were able to take some more water into the reservoir, and our farmers were able to use it. And we stayed on until October 15th. So we actually had our supply to our farmers was about 11% above average this year. So it's actually fairly good out in our area. And we also used a lot of the Pruitt, which is used to offset well pumping in our area a lot. And so we were able to use it to its full extent as well. At the North Sterling Reservoir, you heard a little bit about it yesterday with CPW, but at the North Sterling Reservoir, the visitor days had skyrocketed. And I mentioned this in July, but I talked to our park ranger there in October, and he said they had already had over 400,000 visitors at North Sterling State Park. And usually the high point prior to that was 150,000 for the year. So that was towards the beginning of October. So we still have some time with hunting season, and there's still some fishing going on. Boating is shut off now, but it was a bumper year for the state park out at North Sterling, and it sounds like it was that way across the state. So I won't be real long here. I just want to show Vivian put up for you the South Platte, the visual South Platte from the lower South Platte Water Conservancy District. So this goes from, and I've showed it before, but it goes from Chatfield, diversion by diversion, river gauge by river gauge, all the way to the state line. And Vivian, if you would scroll, continue right about up, go back a little bit more. There. So you can see on the left side, I think it's in blue, the Kersey gauge, and that is 694 CFS. That's where the confluence of the Poudre and the South Platte come together, so that's right outside of Greeley. And as you travel down, you can see reservoirs now pulling. You have Empire Inlet at 249, Riverside Inlet at 80. So the call on the river, so you can see over on the right side, it shows call on the river as in 1907. And that's right above the Masters Gauge there. It says Jackson Lake Inlet. And so that means Jackson is drying the river right there. And so they have the call on the river. They're letting, it says a bypass call from Riverside. So they're letting Riverside, who is junior, take a little bit of water, but they're taking all they can in their inlet. And then if you go down to North Sterling Canal, that's down below the Fort Morgan gauge. So you're right in there. Yep. We have 334 CFS coming into the North Sterling Inlet. So Jackson is drying the river, but in between there, it's about 70 miles of river. There's enough water returning to the river that we have 334 CFS coming back to the river, and we are drying the river. Our call is on a 1922 call there. And then if you continue to scroll down, Vivian, the Harmony number 1 ditch down there also has a call. It has 158 CFS in it, and that fills the Julesburg Reservoir. So that's the last reservoir in the state. And so we're drying the river, but there's enough actually to satisfy some recharge in the area. And then also because it's a bypass call from Pawnee Ditch is recharging right now, recharging the aquifer and for pumping next year. And Harmony Ditch still has 158. And then at the state line, our compact with Nebraska is from April 1st to October 15th. We have to deliver 120 cubic feet per second on a date of 1897. So anything junior to 1897 has to be curtailed. But in the wintertime, there is no obligation to Nebraska. And so the South Platte River right there at the state line is 43 CFS. So we have 694 at Kersey, 43 at the state line. But you can see there the total diversions at the very bottom, total diversions from Kersey to Julesburg is 1,252. So if you look at 694 CFS at Kersey, there are no inflows. between there and the state line. And there's 43 going out. If you did the simple math, it would be 650 feet you'd expect to be diverting, but because of the return flow nature of our river, we actually are diverting 1,252 CFS. So I just wanted to show that. I like showing the river of return in our area. So some of the highlights is, and something that I'm thankful for, is my daughter got married at the end of September. So in between our meetings, she got married on September 26th. So it was a great time, but in keeping with 2020, and yeah, I cried. So there. But in between 2020, with 2020, in keeping with it, on the day we had beautiful days up to it, and on the day of her wedding, we had the wind picked up and we got smoke, and it was almost like we had a campfire outside from the Cameron Peak fire came down into our area, which is quite a ways away, but it was pretty heavy, and the wind blew a little bit, but it was outdoor wedding, and it was very nice. And actually, the smoke made the photos look tremendous. So anyway, it wasn't all bad. But also in keeping with 2020, my new son-in-law and my daughter, we are very thankful for our new son-in-law too. He's a great guy. But they went to Riviera Maya, so south of Cancun, and they were there just in time for Hurricane Delta. So they got to spend their honeymoon one night anyway with 300 of their closest friends in a shelter at their resort. So that was pretty exciting, but they're fine, and they came back and they're doing well. And then my last story for 2020 is one of my friends from high school is the president and CEO of Premier Farm Credit here in the northeast part of the state, and the headquarters are in Sterling. So right across from the post office is their office, their administration building office. And I talked to him just a couple weeks ago, and he said, "Did you hear what happened in our office?" And I said, "No." And he said, "We had a deer. You hardly ever see a deer in the town of Sterling, but we had a deer jump through the window of the office into the office of one of our people." And so they had a deer in the office. Fortunately, she wasn't in there right then, and the deer kind of tore up her office, but one of the other ladies went over to check on her because she thought she had fallen down or something, and the deer shot down the hallway past the lady, went into their break room and kind of tore up the break room. So my friend that I graduated with from high school, he got one of the guys to apparently they don't have a door on the break room, so they held a table up against the door of the break room while he called the CPW people, and they had a couple park rangers come down. So anyway, it ended up not so good for the deer, but they do have, on the bright side, you can get deer salami at the Farm Credit now. So anyway, that ends my report. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, Director Yod. Are there any questions? And seeing none, we will move to the Arkansas Basin 17B, Director Felt.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, I've been spending a lot of my time with COVID response. That's the first story I've heard about CERVID response in quite a while. That's crazy, Jim. I thought we were on lockdown, but I guess no one told the deer. Hey, yeah, you ready to roll a picture? So this little picture, I just added it just now because Jim was talking about his birthday, September 9th. This is September 9th out my back door this year. We weren't growing corn, but we were growing a lot of other stuff until the night of September 8th. And then we had the crazy hustle to bring in hundreds of pounds of tomatoes and all kinds of stuff. So that was quite a day, quite a memorable day. And had I known it was your birthday, Jim, I would have taken a few minutes from fixing my snowplow to give you a call. So anyway, let's go to the next one, Vivian. Vivian, are you able to go to the next slide? All right. So Becky will maybe recognize this location in this moment. This was on October 3rd. And this particular location in the Arkansas River Basin, I call it Grand Central Station because there is an awful lot going on in what looks like an otherwise pretty quiet and bleak place. This was the groundbreaking for the Arkansas Valley Conduit. And it's actually the only time since our March meeting that I have been to the Front Range. I haven't been to Pueblo Springs, Denver, anywhere since then, but I did go down for this. So on the left of the screen here, we've got our Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner, Brenda Berman. Next to her is Secretary of the Interior, David Bernhardt, who I understand grew up in Russ's neck of the woods. Then we've got Senator Cory Gardner. We've got Southeastern Colorado Water Conservancy District Chair Bill Long. We've got CWCB Executive Director Becky Mitchell and our Senator Michael Bennett. So this, okay, you can just go to the photo now if you want, Vivian. So this was quite a day. It was extremely socially distanced and controlled and security and all kinds of stuff, but it marks a huge milestone for the Arkansas River in that the Arkansas Valley Conduit was envisioned probably back in the 50s, was part of the authorizing legislation for the Fry Project that Kennedy signed in 62 or so, and has been on the books, as you all know, for over 50 years. And as you also all know, is now moving forward, finally, thanks in huge part to all of you who did what you did before I came along and authorized the 90 million in loans and the 10 million in grants. That really leveraged the feds and got things moving. And we were so excited. I mean, this is kind of a, you know, borderline sort of hokey little event, you know, with the shovels and throwing a little pile of dirt. But once they do that, they can't really walk it back, you know? I mean, they've driven a stake in the ground too by doing this. And so we are moving forward. It's going to happen. And I'm really excited. This picture is also important though, because when you look in the background, you can see that little building over there. That is the James W. Broderick hydropower plant that also, I think, received some support from CWCB. In fact, I know it did because we're paying those loans. And that is also, it was also foreseen to include hydropower generation within the Fry Project. We've got a big plant up at Twin Lakes and the Sugarloaf plant. And then, or no, that's not what it's called. I can't remember the name of it right now, but anyway, we've got a big plant at Twin Lakes, but we have this power plant here at Pueblo that receives up to about 900 CFS of discharge from Pueblo Reservoir to run it, and it's fully online. Also in the background would be the approximate location of where the Southern Delivery System comes off the Arkansas and takes water to Colorado Springs, and the Fountain Valley Conduit, which also takes water up into El Paso County. This dam, you know, was built in the early 70s, early mid 70s. And so it's been around for a while and it's leaking. Between each of those buttresses that you can see are seams. Those seams have all been weeping, as they say. And we just spent 10.7 million over the last year and a half sealing the joints from the lakeside. So we had divers working all basically for the last probably 6-8 months, installing these sort of silicone seals on the joints to slow the leakage. The other thing that's been happening with Pueblo Reservoir is we're getting about 600 acre feet of sediment coming into the reservoir every year. And so we are losing storage capability slowly. Some of that is in the dead pool, so to speak, so maybe it's not that big a deal. But over the long term, that's a pretty quick pace. And that's without seeing, you know, a lot of really significant events coming from our burn scars either. So this is, that's an average over time. So there's a lot that we're looking at there in terms of figuring out how to reclaim that storage, whether it's to expand the reservoir into new areas or to try and dredge some of that out of there, or a combination of both. And we've got a project underway right now. A couple days ago, the 15th, I guess it was Sunday, the winter water storage program began, which allows agricultural interests to, rather than divert year round as they've historically done in the lower valley, they are able to store their water instead and then use it in the springtime for to augment their water supply. And in a year like this last year, or a year like the one coming up potentially, that's been really important and just a great efficiency of the project that they were able to make available by because we typically have extra storage space in the wintertime. We I call this Grand Central because you've got water flowing into this reservoir all the time. You normally or historically have not always had much water flowing out of it. We now have a flow management program below Pueblo Reservoir that maintains a minimum flow for that tailwater fishery down there. And so typical winter flows are like 50 to 100 CFS, but it's enough to really take care of the fish. And so with a lot of other partners with Southeastern, we're looking at a water recovery project, a storage recovery project downstream of the reservoir, downstream of the Fountain Creek confluence, to try and recapture those types of flows and to create more storage, more flexibility, more ability to exchange as well. So while there's water flowing out of this thing all the time now and not so much seeping out anymore and making hydropower, there's also water being exchanged up from this reservoir and up into this reservoir. So it is just like trains coming and going all the time. And as we are moving towards finalization of our decision support system with this Color of Water program, it will sort of visually depict the inflows and outflows river-wide, but it'd be really interesting here because it truly is like a train station type of environment. And then, as I mentioned in September, I think too, probably, we had our voluntary flow management program, different program from the one below the reservoir that moves water from both Twin Lakes and with the help of Pueblo Board of Waterworks and our friend Alan Ward from Clear Creek Reservoir to augment flows from July 1st to August 15th. So that despite the dry year and the low native flows, we had and COVID, we had a really successful rafting season here on the Arkansas River, and the fishery's done really well too. So anyway, I wanted to share this event with you, but as I looked at the picture, it's like, wow, there's so much there, even though it doesn't really look like it at first blush. Okay, we can go to the next one, Vivian. So that was on a Saturday, October 3rd, and it was the darndest thing. The Saturday before that, whatever that was, 26th or something, I had to take a guy fishing. Actually, two guys, because one of them took the photo. Bill Ritter, he fishes with me a lot. He's my main fishing partner, actually, and he's not too bad with the camera either. So he took this photo, but we got Michael Bennett out on the river. He'd only really fly fished a few times. But one thing I'll say, the guy's a pretty astute student and he really followed direction well. And so for the Arkansas River, this is a really nice rainbow. We don't have a lot of these, and he nailed it, ran me all over the place. I finally just jumped out of the boat to net it because I was so afraid we'd miss this historic moment and not be able to capture it on film. But yeah, it was pretty weird to be with the guy 2 weekends in a row back there in the fall, and very much appreciated. Okay, we can go to the next one. So this is my freezer. I know that, well, my wife said, no, do not show any pictures of dead animals. And so I thought, yeah, I agree. That is terrible. She didn't know I was going to show a picture of the freezer, and now she's really embarrassed because she thinks it's disorganized. But we did have, finally, after just an insane year with this COVID thing, I mean, it's been every single day since that March meeting. We've just been dealing with COVID here even on the weekends. Our public health department's working 7 days a week, 23 and a half hours a day. But there was a really quiet week there at the end of October, and I was able to get out, take advantage of it with my brother and my son and a couple other friends. And we got, I think with our group, we got 2 bulls, 2 cows, and 2 bucks. So it was crazy hunting. And anyway, we're all set. So hopefully that's not too obnoxious of a photo. That very bottom bin, we got 4 bushels of Pueblo green chilies too that I picked up when I went down for the groundbreaking at the conduit. So we're eating a good balanced diet. Let's just say that. And then finally, I just wanted to show you this last shot because I hadn't done this before. But this is my family. We were able to have some socially distanced recreation this summer. We like doing this a lot. So that's my daughter Kestrel in the back. She's 26. Lives with us in Salida and works in my wife's business. They sell interior building products. And then my wife's seated there in the front, Susan. And then my son Rowan's 23. He lives out in Oakland and he's a software engineer. But he came home. Because they were working from home, he got to come home for quite a while. He rented a little office in town and did his thing during the day. And then we had him for the weekend. So that's what I'm thankful for right there. The 3 people in my life and my beloved Arkansas River. It is truly the river runs through it kind of thing. And it touches every part of my life. So thanks for that prompt, Celine. I didn't realize exactly what I was going to say about it, but that's truly it. So unless anybody has any questions, that's the update from the Arkansas River Basin.
Thank you, Director Felt. Are there any questions? I did want to comment, Director Felt, I really wanted to come up for the groundbreaking. It just wasn't in the cards with my family and work and COVID balance, but this year was an important reminder how important it is for families to have safe water in their homes. And so I think it's even more meaningful that that's happening now. So wanted you and those folks that are going to finally have clean water to hear that. So with that, we'll move on to agenda item 17C, City and County of Denver, Director Brody.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. So this has been a really challenging year in the metro area. As I'm sure you all are aware, the entire metro area just moved to red on the state's new COVID dial as of today, which means that restaurants are no longer able to serve people inside in person. I think all of the public school districts at this point have either moved back to remote learning for those that were even offering in-person learning, or will do so after the Thanksgiving break, which starts next week through January. So it's a tough time here in the metro area, but I thought I would share some good news. First, in terms of our employee health at Denver Water, we have, knock on wood, we have not had any instances of workplace transmission of COVID-19. We are doing everything we can to keep our employees safe in the workplace, which, to Director Hawkins' point, helps us be successful in keeping the water flowing and safe to all of our customers. If we could go to the next slide. I wanted to give an update on the lead reduction program. You've heard my updates on this program over the course of the year. This is a hugely important public health initiative for the metro area. And I'm pleased to report that as of this past weekend, we have now hit all of our metrics for the year. This report was as of the end of October, but last weekend, we hit our target for the number of service lines that we were committed to replace in 2020. You can see on the bottom right, we started off kind of slow with COVID, but we picked up the pace over the summer and finished those line replacements ahead of schedule. Our crews out in the streets have done an incredible job of doing that work, despite having to wear masks on top of all of their other PPE. They've had to interact with customers to get in the homes to make those connections. And we've worked really hard to make sure that we have protocols in place to keep both the workers and our customers safe through those interactions. We are so excited to have met that goal in this first year. We've also far exceeded our service line inventory for 2020. That helps us better refine our metrics, our estimates of how many lines are in the ground. It helps us plan for future years where we should prioritize our efforts for those line replacements. The filter program, we've distributed over 100,000 filters. We are already sending out replacement customers that will just continue on as long as there are lead lines left or suspected lead lines left in our service area. So that's been going really well. Another big challenge this year was community outreach and engagement. Before COVID, we had all kinds of events and activities and meetings planned to get the word out about this program. We had to shift all of that over to a socially distanced or remote format. But nonetheless, we've had 22 events. We've had in person or at least via online remote contact with almost 9,000 people. We have started doing some socially distanced outdoor events to get the word out about the dangers of lead and make sure people know how to use their filters appropriately. We've sent out over 5 million communications to our customers about the program. Also, our pH adjustment has performed really well. The most recent 90th percentile level, which is what EPA and the State Health Department measure in terms of our compliance with the lead and copper rule, is down to 6.7 ppb, which is a huge improvement over where we were before we implemented that pH adjustment. So overall, despite many, many challenges, the program has been really successful this year. Hopefully at the next meeting, I'll be able to update you on what we call the equivalency model. So when we were proposing this lead reduction program to EPA and CDPHE as an alternative, we did an analysis to be able to estimate how effective this multi-pronged approach would be as compared with implementing orthophosphate treatment, which is the standard that we would otherwise be doing. Just based on kind of these individual components, I expect that we have even exceeded what the model predicted in terms of public health benefit of this approach over orthophosphate. But we will calculate that and report to EPA and the State Health Department, and I will share those results with you as well. Also want to remind our customers who might be listening, we will be updating our map for our 2021 work areas later on this year in December. And so folks always want to know whether they're going to be on the list. Even if you're not on the list, we do have a partial reimbursement program for customers who don't want to wait for Denver Water to replace their lead lines, who want to go ahead and get it out for their own peace of mind. We do have a partial reimbursement option for customers. If we could go on to the next slide. I thought I'd talk a little bit about flood protection, because obviously that is within the purview of this board, and we don't talk about flood protection that much. But the City and County of Denver just completed a really important and historic comprehensive flood protection program for a wide swath of the city, known as the La Plata Park Hill Stormwater Project. The project involved a few discrete projects across the central area of the city to provide flood protection to over 5,000 residences, plus many, many businesses, including the new I-70 highway, which is being reconstructed to be underground. You can see here, if you look kind of towards the bottom of that map, you see that dark blue area. That's the Flow2D model for Denver that shows the way that the water flows and where you have pretty intense accumulations of stormwater in big rain events. So the idea was to put in mostly open detention and open channel drainage to slow down that water and prevent flooding through that central corridor of the city and the Gloveville, Elyria, Swansea neighborhood, and also to provide some beneficial protection to the new I-70 highway. The first project towards the bottom, if you could go, actually, let's go to the next slide, and I'll talk about some of the specific projects that the city completed. So the first project is the Gloveville Landing Outfall Project. This is where all that massive amount of water enters the South Platte River. The top left is what that outlet looked like before. It was concrete and rock. There was really nothing there to clean the water or to really slow it down. It would also get clogged from time to time with large debris. On the right is the after. You see there's vegetation, you see it's opened up. And on the bottom right is more of an overall picture of what that new outfall looks like. Part of the reason why this project in particular was so challenging and also historic is that this is a Superfund site. So the picture on the bottom left is the geomembrane fabric liner that had to go down before that outfall was constructed to protect, actually to serve as an environmental cap, prevent stormwater from infiltrating any remaining material that might be buried below, and also keep any contaminants from bubbling up into the stormwater. This is a project that I worked on when I was the environmental lawyer for the city. We had to negotiate. This is actually a remedial action that we negotiated with EPA as part of the remedy for the Superfund site, was to remove a whole bunch of contaminated material, put in that protective barrier, and then the city went on to build this new outfall and expand the park space. So it provides habitat, it provides an opportunity for people to interact with the river, it provides some new recreational amenities. We could go to the next one. So another component of the project, on the map, there was kind of a big green rectangle towards the bottom of the map. That was City Park. And this is kind of the bottom of where most of that water naturally wants to flow. And so what the city engineers designed here was essentially to have the City Park golf course double as storm detention. They regraded it. You can see they put in a trickle channel. They put in some additional detention areas and built a beautiful new golf course that really took advantage of the water moving through that area of the city. So this is one of those main features that will slow down that rush of floodwater. It will still drain in most instances within 24 hours, but it prevents that central corridor of the city from flooding. And turned out to be a really nice project. I also defended a lawsuit where the city was challenged over this project in particular about whether that was an appropriate use of park space. And the court ruled that green infrastructure that works in harmony with parks is an appropriate use of park space. And the final project that the city just completed is on the next slide. And this is the 39th Avenue Greenway component. So the water, kind of flows kind of northwest through the city. This is a linear park that was just built that is now a few blocks south of the I-70 highway. So the idea here was CDOT needed storm protection for its highway. The city saw this as an opportunity to collaborate with CDOT and essentially stop the water south of the highway. So not only would the highway get protection, but those hundreds of homes that were south of the highway would also benefit. And again, the idea was to keep this as an open channel as much as possible so that the water has an opportunity to infiltrate. And we could also provide bike pedestrian access and recreation. So this has turned out to be a really nice amenity for the community, in addition to providing flood protection. The top left is just an example of kind of one of the detention areas. The top right is kind of the main channel area, and you can see that the designers kind of built this so that people could interact with the channel, and that there would be seating and opportunities for recreation. The bottom left is some historic railroad tracks that were repurposed, as an amenity within this park. This area had I think it was 100-year-old plus rail line that went through it. So that was preserved as part of the historical preservation. And then the bottom right, those are swing benches where people can sit and take a break while they're walking or biking and enjoying the park. So we don't often think of flood protection as fun and sexy, but to me, this is a really exciting project and an example of how you can utilize, flood protection to provide kind of multiple layers of benefits to the community and do it in a way that's fun and engaging. So Kevin, I agree. Flood projects are fun and sexy. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Director Brody. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to agenda item 17D. Director Dutton, Rio Grande.
Thank you. All right, I don't have fancy slides today. I thought I'd take a break from fancy slides and videos, and because I tend to go over my time when I do that. So trying to be organized today. Just like everywhere else in the state, I appreciated Directors Mitchell and Greenberg in emphasizing the drought situation, because we've definitely experienced that in the Rio Grande Basin as well. The Rio Grande River this year only flowed 58% of average, and so it was quite a low year for us. And there were all the things that are accompanied with drought, and so unfortunately, the low flows in the river meant that we didn't have as much aquifer recharge as we need, and there was a high level of groundwater pumping to offset the lack of surface water, and so that's unfortunate, and we'll be trying to continuing to try to remedy that impact. We also are as dry as it is looking out my window. Then there's kind of the funny thing that if you were to look at the snow water equivalent graph on November 9th, we were sitting at 214% of average, because the excellent storm that we got last weekend really boosted things. But I'm definitely not going to get too comfortable. That's already dropped to 139% of average, which is still great, but we're going to need a lot more to keep things going. I'm just really hopeful that that's not the end of it. But with that said, even though 2020 has been such an odd year and we've been challenged and stressed in many ways, but especially with the low water supply, we're still getting a lot of good projects done. And so I wanted to highlight that work was completed on the Park Creek project, which was identified in the Upper Rio Grande Watershed Assessment, which was funded in partial support by CWCB. It identified areas where there were needs to protect the upper watersheds. And so Park Creek is a major tributary of the Rio Grande. It's fully on U.S. Forest Service land. And so this was a really high priority project that came out of the assessment, not only because it has incredible habitat for native trout and introduced trout, it's also just a wonderful drainage where a lot of people like to recreate. And so there were some areas that were being loved to death. So places where stream crossings were being widened, or people were unloading next to the river and trampling riparian vegetation and the like. And so a bunch of partners, including the Rio Grande Hillars Restoration Project and the Forest Service and Trout Unlimited and others, got together and got a water plan grant, which was implemented this year. So they put in a new parking area and shored up the stream crossing and made it to where people can still enjoy the area, but the resource gets protected, and we're not seeing sedimentation and impacts to the fishery or the riparian area. So super great project. Another one is the Rio Grande Riparian Stabilization Project, Phase 5. That's going into construction. And so that builds off of over 12 miles of river restoration and stream bank stabilization and habitat restoration that's happened on the Rio Grande. So that's underway now. And then finally, the city of Alamosa, again, in part from their water plan grant, is implementing construction of their new boat ramps. And so this is really exciting. It's so neat to see. I appreciated Director Brody talking about kind of urban recreation, because our urban areas are a little different scale down here, but there's still those incredible community benefits and mental health benefits and just ecological benefits of improving the river through towns, but then providing those opportunities for city dwellers, or in our case, kind of town dwellers, to get out on the river. And so these boat ramps will help people be able to have a formal place to launch their paddle boards or small crafts and enjoy the river through Alamosa. So we're very excited about those. I think I may have mentioned this last time, but I wanted to highlight again that the group Renewable Water Resources that is continuing their campaign to promote their project to export 22,000 acre feet of water out of the Rio Grande Basin every year. They're still active. They haven't filed for any application either in water court or in the county to move their project forward, but they still continue to spread partial truths or misinformation on their media pages. And just even yesterday on Facebook, they had a misleading message about how the aquifers in the San Luis Valley work and how, their project could result in a benefit for our aquifers. And, until we see exactly what their plan is in water court, it's hard to say, but I can't envision a world where permanently removing water from the basin benefits our aquifers. So a group of partners and the water districts in the San Luis Valley have put together our own resource, protectsanluisvalleywater.com. And so you can check that out. And please also, if you're on Facebook, follow us. And we have put together what I think is a really comprehensive page of the facts. And so there's even a counterpoint page on the website where you can see the kind of the greatest hits that Renewable Water Resources keeps throwing out there. And then we provide factual information tied to court rulings and hydrologic reports and engineering and good science, so that you can see what the truth is regarding the San Luis Valley water. And so I encourage you to check it out yourselves. And then, if someone happens to ask you about Renewable Water Resources, I'd love it if you'd point them towards that website so they can at least get the facts. So it's frustrating to me personally to see that not only is there this group out there that, has this kind of poorly planned project, but that they're using mistruths or just pretty much straight up lies. I try to be polite and say mistruths or half truths, but let's be real, it's lies about our hydrology. And so I think it would be really great if people took the time to make sure that they understood that and educated themselves. All right, I'm going to hop off that soapbox. There's been a lot of talk also about fires. And what's interesting is, as we were talking about this, I appreciated when Director Gibbs talked about how he almost forgot about one of the fires because there were so many others. And we actually had 2 small fires in the basin this year that they didn't even make the news, which is, I think, pretty indicative of the type of fire season we had. These, although I would characterize them as good fires, they were fires that started in the wilderness, and they weren't affecting any kind of values at risk or potentially leading to any loss of life or structures. And so the Forest Service did a pretty hands-off approach. They monitored them regularly and daily, but didn't try to suppress them. And so I was excited about those fires because a lot of these ecosystems evolved with fires. And so if we can have these opportunities to see fire reintroduced in ways that can be really helpful for regeneration, I'm all for it. And so it was kind of exciting that we had a couple good fires this year. We've been really busy this year getting ready for the implementation of the state engineer's rules and regulations governing the use of groundwater in Division 3. This means that, let's see, Kevin, you didn't get to promulgate those rules, did you? I think Dick Wolf promulgated the rules right before. Is that right? That was what he did on his way out?
Let me just say, if I can jump in, Dick worked on those rules for many years. And then I got to take the ball at the 2-yard line and carry it across the goal line.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I kind of forgot who actually got to sign them. So yeah, it seems like it was one of Kevin's first actions as the state engineer. He got to officially promulgate those rules and regulations that, again, as you all know, they were challenged in court. And so that case wrapped up, over a year ago. The courts gave a 2-year lead until the rules would be implemented. And so on March 15th of 2021, the rules will be implemented, which means that any well in the basin that is not exempt from the rules is required to either have an augmentation plan, be part of a subdistrict, or shut off. So everybody who isn't exempt has to pretty much tidy up their home and make sure that they're offsetting their impacts to the aquifer or the river or whatever water supply they impact. And so that means I've been incredibly busy. A lot of the small capacity wells are joining the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District's regional augmentation plan. And just for a little perspective, normally I add, 10 or so wells a year to our program. And this year I've already added 35, and I've got about 12 sitting on my desk that are screaming right now, wishing I wasn't on this meeting, issuing their certificates. And so it's been pretty hectic. The division is dealing with hundreds of wells that, have kind of waited to the last minute to get everything in order. And so I anticipate that things are just going to get even crazier until that March 15th date. But I think it'll be a very nice thing for us to kind of have everybody under plans and covered by that date. And so, Director Ryan, I just want to thank you for, your work on this and really make sure that that Craig Cotton, our division engineer, and his entire staff have really rolled with the punches in 2020. And it's just kind of wild that in addition to having to figure out how to work from home, they're having to figure out how to get everybody covered, which is a huge lift. And I think that they have handled it with incredible grace and cooperation with the community. And I've had nothing but just great experiences as always, but they've really done an incredible job. So I just wanted you to know that I, from top to bottom, DWR continues to be an incredible group of people. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
While I'm thanking people, I just wanted to call out some of the staff. I mean, this agency is awesome, and I'm getting into a little bit what I'm thankful for, but I am continually thankful to get to work with all of you on the board and the incredible staff. And I kind of hate calling people out by name because I almost, don't want to leave anyone out, but I also do want to recognize there are a couple people that I've got to work with on specific things since the last board meeting. And every single time I get to work with you guys, any person that works for this agency, I'm so appreciative and blown away by your passion for what you do and your professionalism, and you're just dang good people. It's so refreshing to get to work with smart, motivated, kind, awesome people. So Becky, thanks for your leadership on that. And everyone else, thanks for putting up with Becky and being great. I was invited to be on a panel for the Sustaining Colorado Watersheds conference with Chris and Alex. And that was really fun. And it was really, Chris did an incredible job of moderating that panel, as you all would expect. He's such just a behemoth in that sphere of watershed management and restoration, and Chris is the expert in Colorado. I think you all know that, but if you don't, you need to know that Chris is, everyone looks to Chris for post-fire, post-flood, and then, just basic watershed or wet meadow restoration, because he is kind of the godfather of it all. And so we're so lucky to have Chris on our team. And Alex did an incredible job talking about watershed and stream management plans from an agriculture perspective. And I hope I didn't let you guys down, but I had a great time. I just love getting to hear from you guys and be part of that. So thank you for including me. I just also want to give a shout out to Russ and Sam, who continue to work so hard on the basin plan updates and continue to show up for our roundtable meetings. And And even though they're virtual, just so you guys know, everyone appreciates you so much and appreciates the update from CWCB and the, continued repeating information. We like to hear it over and over and get it into our heads. But we just appreciate you guys taking the time to show up virtually, because we love to see you and we love to feel special enough that you come to our meetings. So thank you for that. I've also thrown a bunch of loan requests at Rachel and Matt lately, and then Rachel's been kind enough to kind of walk through the different ones with me and all these folks in the early stages. And so I just appreciate the loan staff so much, and especially Kirk, working on our big confined aquifer project. But the finance section works so hard and continues to just help people on the ground in the valley. So thank you guys. And then finally, for demand management, Greg and Amy, I appreciate you guys giving me special time so that I can have all my thoughts and we can really brainstorm, because I have so much excitement and hope for where we're going with Colorado River issues. And it's just so fun to talk about that with you. So thank you for the special time. And again, I hope that, I like to kind of recognize folks that I get to work with, but I don't want that to take away that just because I didn't say your name. I appreciate all of you guys, and I'll try to make sure to give you those shout outs too in the future. What I'm thankful for, man, I've done a lot of thinking, so I'm thankful for all of you guys, but I am super thankful for that. This year especially has made me realize how much I love my job. And I realize how special that is. I'm so grateful to have a job that I can do from home and to work with people who are exciting and passionate again, and fun and awesome. And so grateful for my job. I'm grateful to have a house. And I'm grateful for my family and our health, and especially for my friends and my friends in this sphere. I consider you guys all part of my friends and family. And I love to see you, even if you're in these tiny little screens. I love to see your faces, and I love our texts between meetings and our calls, and just the friendship and community. So I'm thankful for you guys. That is all I have. I'll pass on the stick.
Are there any questions for Director Dutton? Seeing none, we'll move to the 17E Yampa White River Basin. Director Brown.
Good morning, everyone. I should have a slideshow coming up here any minute, so I'll do what I'm grateful for first while that gets loaded. I think, like all of you, grateful for my family's health and the fact that my husband and I both still are working, and my son has been able to go to school. Our school district is very small up here in South Routt County, and so he has been in person 4 days a week since the beginning of the school year, and every day feels a bit like a borrowed day, but just really grateful that he can be educated in the school. And my heart goes out to all of you who are yet again back in the throes of online learning at home. I know how hard it is. So so I guess one thing I'll say before I get going here is that I sent an email out last week to my Yampa and White and Green River people and asked, please share with me your hardships for the year. I'm going to take some time and do a slideshow, send me any pictures you'd like. And nobody, I probably got 10 people respond, and nobody shared any hardships, which, this year they could have, because cattle prices were down and we had drought and the river was on call. And I mean, the list goes on, right? So just really grateful for the people that live in the Yampa, White, Green, Northwest Colorado. They always continue to show their strength in hard times. And so I'm going to just share with you actually just some good news today, and focus on the good things. And I think I got a picture from almost every area of my basin. So some of these projects were funded by CWCB, and I'll point that out as we go along. the majority of the ditch pictures that I'm going to show you did have some funding through the grant that CWCB gave the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District, which they took in mass and then distributed between, you know, $1,000 and $5,000 grants for people to install measuring devices and headgate upgrades. So this is the Bird Ditch, and this is in on the Bear River, which is the headwaters of the Yampa in South Routt County here. And just a good photo. And I forget I'm not in control. So next slide, please. Going downstream, this is the Subtle Ditch. So I know I've talked to you all about the diversion infrastructure assessment that we have been doing as part of the Integrated Water Management Plan. Just one of my favorite projects that I've ever had the pleasure to be part of in this basin. I think it's really cool that we are doing this as part of our, you know, what is under the Stream Management Plan grant, but we call the Integrated Water Management Plan. And so these are some locals assessing this diversion. And this is between, it's right around Catamount, if you know where that is, if you're coming to Steamboat over Rabbit Ears, if you look down to your left there, south, you'll see this section of river below the Stagecoach and above the small Catamount Reservoir. Next slide, please. Oh, I put these out of order. This is back up in South Routt. This is, again, on the Bear River, Big Mesa ditch improvements. And they've been working really hard up in this area. So the Bear River is one of the only rivers that is on call almost every year, even though, you know, it's part of the Yampa, and we say the Yampa's only been on call twice, but this area has some of our most robust agriculture. And so it is on call in the high country every year. Next slide, please. So this is the Lagrangian data collection that was done along the Yampa this summer. And the gentleman that you see in the kayak in the forefront of the picture is a professor from CU, and he is dragging temperature probes along the bottom to see what the temperature is and how the hot springs impact the temperatures as well. And so I'm told, although I haven't had time yet, that you can go check out this Lagrangian data collection online and see what the data tells us. But that was a pretty neat project supported by Friends of the Yampa, the City of Steamboat Springs, and the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council in an effort that is part of the larger project that the City of Steamboat's been heading up to start planting trees and cool the river in this stretch with just more tree cover. So this is their baseline data collection that's really going above and beyond the temperature probes that they have installed at regular intervals up and down the river. So next slide, please. This is in the East Fork of the Williams River, and this is fellow Roundtable members ranch, so beautiful out in this area. And he is installing gated pipe for erosion and just general efficiency. And he wanted me to share with you that they did quite a bit of this year, but they have more projects in the pipeline. That was his joke. So next time you see Jeff Meyer, you can, whenever that's going to be, you can laugh at him. So this is just such a gorgeous area. Next slide, please. CWCB funded Drescher Dam Improvement Project in Moffat County, coming to you from the ranch owner, Nick Chartelis, who's just been a pleasure to work with. And again, you know, just a shout out to staff for all the work working with these folks, getting their projects going. We've had a lot of new applicants for CWCB grants over the past few years, and you know, just grants in general are hard to navigate, and staff has done an excellent job, especially with Craig Gabu leaving, people having to pick up the slack as he left, and they've done an amazing job, just not even skipped a beat there. Sorry for the buzzing. I hope you can't hear that. My husband's processing milk in the next room. All right, next slide, please. Flow meters. So yeah, just a little bit of a cool organization photo. This is the town of Yampa, back up in South Route. New flow meters installed. I thought I'd show you a little bit of the internal workings. Next slide, please. And jumping around a little bit, this is 4 Mile Creek, new pump action up by the Wyoming border. Here, just as you can see, you know, for a drought year, just things are sure looking pretty in this valley anyway. So, you know, that's a huge shout out to the ranchers that steward our lands, our open space, and the fact that, you know, that the cattle ranching that we have up here in the high country really does make a difference in the viewscape and the general, you know, aquifer that these return flows help sustain for later flows as well. And you know, how would this land look if our ranchers weren't out there every day being the stewards that they are? Next slide, please. The Dunn pump on the Little Snake River, new Aaron Light, Division Engineer Light wanted me to point out that you could see a meter in this one. So we're moving along, folks. We're doing a great job up here. And I mean, I just love to point out, you saw all the high country, and then look at here, we have the mesas. It's so pretty. If you've never been to the Bags area and seen the Little Snake, it's just an amazing place. And there's a really neat video that came out that a local guy did called River Rio, and it's about the sediment laden Little Snake River. And if you get a chance to look it up, I believe it's on Vimeo. Next slide, please. A little Peppo action for you. Kelly Romero Heaney teaching some of the kids from the private school that were still able to do some in-person learning in the Steamboat School District about the Yampa River. Next slide, please. This is my token White River picture of the White River. Is gorgeous, and I wish I had a better one for you, but this is just an update on the algae study that the CWCB has been funding with Trout Unlimited. I think there's some Walton money in there. It's been a 2-year study. We're supposed to get the results in end of 2020, early 2021, which is going to show us nutrient levels over the past 2 years and how those levels have what their role in creating this snot algae. A lot of people like to refer to it as that just coats these rocks. It's really bad for fishermen. It's generally tied back to not today too, man, my vocabulary, I don't know what's going on. When you're putting too much nutrients on your land. So they're hoping to tie this back. 2019 and 2020 did not have as bad of years as 2018 did, which they found was pretty, was unexpected, especially for this year when we, again, had the low moisture as we did in 2018. Next slide, please. Another CWCB funded project here, Loudy Simpson. This is down in Craig. This is their park along the Yampa River, and there were a number of improvements along this park. and CWCB helped fund some of this. You can see the new boat ramps there, and just generally some new amenities along that park, and just a really cool project down there in Craig. Next slide, please. So this is just kind of above our place here, walking up there almost daily over the summer as we're not traveling anymore. And it was really my view point to see where all the smoke is coming from. And this was taken in early November after one of the snows, but you can see that's the smoke from the troublesome fire as that had really started to kick up there. Next slide, please. Okay, now on to a couple really pretty ones. This is Cross Mountain, one of the famous Class 5 stretches of river on the Yampa. That little blue person is Nicole Seltzer, who many of you know, getting ready for Cross Fest, which is the annual festival celebrating the amazing whitewater that's just downstream from where she's looking. This section of river is just above Dinosaur National Monument, but not part of the permitted stretch that many would love to go on. Next slide, please. All right, so my husband and I had the luck to go on a Gates of Lodore trip this year, and we were on the river. This was our second night on the river, and you can see it's pretty smoky. It had been raining ash all day, super hot that day, and we didn't know, where the fire. At that point, we found out later that it was sort of down in Rainbow Park area. So the next slide was different. That's about 12 hours later. We had some crazy winds, and there were birds just falling from the sky. It was one of the most intense experiences any of us had ever had, especially on a river trip. It was the big storm over the Labor Day weekend that, brought down a lot of trees, but just, how things change so quickly to go from that hot, ash, smoky, miserable, heat to frigid cold. So I thought I would show you that. I think that's the end of my slideshow, but we can see. Maybe I put another one in there. Nope, that's it. Well, thanks for listening, everybody. And I just wanted to say thank you to Becky for mentioning the great partnership work on the Yampa during the call that was placed. My employer, Tri-State Generation and Transmission, released 500 acre-feet out of Elkhead Reservoir alongside the Colorado River District, which released 750 acre-feet. We released that water over basically to take the river off call, and it allowed a bunch of the ranchers to bring their cattle back down from the high country and be able to water them and not be curtailed. That was a really cool thing that we were able to do alongside all the fish releases as well. And so thanks for CWCB staff and their participation on the fish flows, and then a big shout out to the Colorado River District for helping us make that happen. So there you have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Brown. Are there any questions? You live in a very, very beautiful area, so thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
We will move on to agenda item 17F, Director Schwartz, Colorado River.
Sorry to get off mute. So, Vivian, did you get 2 other slides by any chance? And your fancy footwork there. Thank you so much for, I thought maybe I wouldn't have slides and then thought, a couple slides, but are there any other slides in there? Maybe not. So, well, here's what I'm grateful for. A little 22-month-old grandson checking out the chickens at Rock Bottom Ranch. And that was quite a nice surprise. This little Vermont farm boy came to visit me for a couple weeks, and it was truly, truly a pleasure. So you can just feast your eyes on that cute thing while I talk a little bit about what's other news in the basin. And Jackie, thank you. What a terrific presentation and introducing us to so many parts of your basin. I really, really appreciate your sharing that with us and our familiarizing ourselves with these projects and those pictures. And I have, for one, have been staying a little closer to home. So just big news here was certainly celebrating the vote for the ballot question for the Colorado River District. And I think that was, when you look at 72% of the vote supporting 7A, which kudos to Andy Mueller and the rest of his team. And they're communicating their outreach, having people understand what the priorities were for that election. And sure you're all familiar with it, but looking at conservation and efficiency and keeping West Slope water, and then certainly supporting productive agriculture and support for farmers and ranchers, and then the aspects of healthy rivers and drinking water and protecting habitat. So they were very fortunate that they were able to raise, they'll be able with the additional mill levy of doubling their mill levy basically in the 15 county district, they will be raising 4.9 new dollars in revenue. So I think that it will support their work. And obviously that was really, I think, important for this region. And then, of course, we know all of the unprecedented fires that we have had, and really, just taking our hearts away and being so concerned about people in Western Colorado and the region and the fires. But interesting article that Bloomberg had when that Bloomberg with Bobby McGill did a piece that many of you saw, wildfires as a threat to water quality across the West, and discussing the 8.7 million acres of fires in the West. And there was a Kelly Gleason quoted in there, but I was also quoted just pointing out the impact on our infrastructure and how critical that is. And then this whole cycle of the burn, threat to the water quality, infrastructure, drainages, and then looking at the ongoing over the years when we think of how many years we'll be contending with these soils and these runoff and mudslides. So I think appreciate the national attention and awareness to what fires can do, not just only to our businesses, our homes, our ranches, our landscapes, but what this does mean to water. And thought that was a good conversation. Speaking of impact, just locally, again, looking at the Shoshone and how that 15 megawatt plant was basically brought to a halt. And they have 1,250 CFS that goes through there, and it's a 1902 senior water rights. So between an impact last year that damaged through an ice flow and shut them down, and then they started operating, and then the fires took that plant down again. But fortunately, with that 2016 SHOP agreement, which with Denver Water will keep that water coming our way. It's so critical to our flows and our recreation here to have that. Another element of interest to this region was this Land and Water Conservation Fund funding and that Sweetwater Lake acquisition of $8.5 million coming from the federal government. A real step in the right direction when we look at conserving and making available special places, and appreciated that. So, and then just overall thinking about we will be having this whole continued impact on the on the region with this exceptional drought, and we have watched our the Western Colorado be moving up. Again, we have some of the hottest places in the state, and continuing those rising temperatures. Root Eye has dropped to 63% and is Green Mountain 48%, Wolford 85% of normal, and they certainly had to take those boats out of Root Eye sooner than we are accustomed to. And we know, we've heard in many instances how Root Eye water is serving the area, but really a compliment to the regional work to manage those flows as they come out and the releases from Root Eye. We appreciate that recognition of that fishery and those flows, but still our rivers in Fine Pan and the Roaring Fork below 50% inflows. So there are concerns here, certainly, with the ongoing drought. Our snowpack is below normal as of this time of year. So maybe the next picture, Vivian, please. So we had that early storm, which did come in with some snow for us and did kind of bump up. But it was quite an interesting storm the way it blew through. So this is different than the storm shot. But I'm going to talk a little bit about this. And the Basin Roundtable will be meeting on the 23rd of this month. And we've had our next steps meeting again with appreciation to SGM and the work updating the water plan and the work that was done. We'll be reviewing also the WSRF grants that are being proposed and discussing this recent study that has come out and looking at the direct benefits, economic benefits of water-related recreation and the benefit to Colorado in general, but certainly we know on the West Slope what it means, and it's basically a $10 billion boost to our economies. But I'm showing a picture here of a project that's going on in Silt Farms, and this is a 2.5 acre greenhouse that's being erected that I'll be presenting to the roundtable, and you'll see Commissioner Sampson and Representative Perry Will and others from the region economic folks and ag folks that are visiting this greenhouse that's in construction. This will be the first environmentally controlled agriculture, fully automated greenhouse in the state, and it's being developed. It's a tremendous investment in the Middle Colorado. But there are aspects of this that are fairly critical in terms of it'll provide year-round production of leafy greens, food production, and year-round production up to 8 crops a year, but also growing with about 10% of the water it would take for an outdoor grow. So we heard the Commissioner Greenberg yesterday speak about diversifying agriculture, the resiliency in agriculture. This is one way we can support the balance of this 250-acre ranch is still center pivot producing alfalfa, hay, and as well as leasing, which it has for many years with grazing on it. And so this is a way that we can, as a state, look at finding mechanisms to conserve water, grow food, and bring year-round production and support agriculture at the same time. So we'll keep you posted on how this is moving ahead, but this is a tremendous project and a tremendous investment in Western Garfield County, which is impacted by the reduction of oil and gas operations. Is there one more picture, Vivian? I don't know. I shot these off so recently, and kudos to you for quick response here and not having put together a slideshow per se. But if not, we're good. We just it's just the fact that I have appreciated the flows in on the Roaring Fork. Even though it's been low, we still are appreciative, and there's been some good fishing up here as well. So not all is not lost. But that's what I have, and I think there's more to come after the roundtable meeting next week and these discussions. But I hope the almanac, maybe it'll do what was that, spitting and melting prediction, and we hope that we can do a little better than that and really provide some decent snowpack in the Elks. So again, much heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to be engaged in this critical work, critical to the future of not only our region, our state, and the West, and just working with these important issues that can support our quality of life, but also support the future of the West when it comes to conserving and protecting our water resources. And thanks to the staff, thanks to all of you, and I just wish you all the best over these next holidays. We'll see each other in January, but certainly stay safe, stay home, and let's see if we can't get this other pandemic and under control so we can revive our economy. So thank you, and I'm available for any questions, and especially if you do have questions about this operation. I have a video on the automated system and cost figures and all sorts of good things, and we'll be dealing with some legislation this year as well with regard to greenhouses.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Are there any questions? Seeing none.
Could you hear me okay? Was my
Yes.
volume too low? Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes, we could hear you just fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
I do not have any slides today. In the interest of time, I will try to keep things short. I would say that it's been a challenging summer on all fronts with flows here in the Southwest Basin. We saw some historic low flows on many rivers. The Animas River hit the lowest recorded flows for a good chunk of the end of the summer. We've seen calls on our local rivers that have lasted much longer than normal because of the lack of monsoonal activity towards the end of the summer. And then we're really seeing what happens when we have drought like this. So I think a pretty good example is on the San Miguel River, just a really challenging water year, especially in the Norwood area for those folks. And also a report of a really significant fish kill on the lower part of the river that hit the warm water native fishery there pretty hard. So these times are challenging, and they're challenging for all of us and all of the plants and animals that use the rivers here. And I think as we're in the new water year now, people are really concerned about what's coming next. We've had a really dry summer and fall. Storage is pretty low in the basins that have it. So I think we're all doing whatever we can. I planned a camping trip for last week, so I'm happy to plan more winter camping trips if that's what it takes to get it to snow down here. As far as our fire season, we had some activity early in the year. I think we were really lucky that we didn't see more activity this year. Couple of things to note. I was camping up in the high country on the weekend of October 10th and 11th, found a live abandoned campfire, which was of very great concern. My husband and I stopped our vehicle and put it out, but with the increase in recreational activity, I think we've seen some challenges like that. Just an anecdotal example of something I saw this year. But worth noting that as there was fire activity all over the state, on October 19th, the ice fire started here. It ended up being fairly small, but is notable. The sort of South Mineral Basin and the Ice Lakes area is renowned for its beauty and recreational access. There were hikers that were caught behind the fire and helivaced out. And so these fires that are that far into the high country feel a little bit different to me, and I'm sure we're very challenging to address. So wanted to thank all the firefighters and first responders and folks out of Silverton that helped tamp that one down very quickly. As far as our roundtable, we've been meeting more frequently, in part because of the Basin Implementation Plan work. A lot of really great participation from the roundtable. We had our elections and we have a few new roundtable members. So just wanted to welcome Gretchen Rank, Dr. Gigi Richard, Bill Fraunfelter. I actually had to look up his name because he's known to us all as Frowny, and Carolyn Dunmeyer. So we have some new roundtable members, a lot going on. Later this afternoon, we have a forest health workshop and a roundtable meeting where we're going to be considering some WSRF applications. So lots of work going on, lots of watching the weather this winter. It was really nice to get some snow in our mountains last week. And wanted to just take this last piece of time to tell what I'm thankful for. I think across the board, I'm really thankful for public servants. And I think that goes from volunteer poll workers to county clerks to county commissioners to the staff of the CWCB to the folks on this board that have just been doing so much in a really challenging time. And then wanted to leave you with, my brother is a psychologist, and in March I was talking to him about what it was going to be like to manage the pandemic, and he said that we should all try to find the silver linings because that's how we're going to get through it. And so I had my little guy home with me for a good chunk of the summer, and we planted a garden from seed, which is the first time I've done that because we live at 7,500 feet and our growing season isn't very long. And so I think if I think about 2020, the biggest success is that my son now knows that carrots comes from seeds, and he actually eats carrots because they came from the garden. So it's a really small thing to be thankful for, but again, is the silver lining of 2020 is that I had time to really teach him that this year. So with that, I will move on. Let's go to 17H, Director Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I have a few slides here, but I can go ahead and get started. It was definitely a trying summer here in the Gunnison Basin. Even if you want, you can go ahead to the next slide there. This is a snapshot of the Colorado drought map that was published this morning, and it just continues to get darker. I guess the news from the Gunnison Basin is we did survive this year. We had good crops. I've said this before, you become a better farmer in a year like this because you go home in the evening and with the idea I'll get back out and change the water, and in the good water year says, I can wait till tomorrow. But this year, it didn't wait till tomorrow. It needed to be changed now. One of the things that amazes me is that my project's drying down now. We have 300 CFS in Delta. That is all coming out of my project. The releases from Ridgeway are order of magnitude 40 to 50 second feet. And then we'll wonder next spring why we don't get your return flows early on. Well, we've got to fill that bathtub up before we see return flows. Vivian, you can go to the next slide. I did pull up some slides of the current NOAA forecast. This is the temperature forecast for this winter. As you can see, they're predicting hot, and then the next slide will show you the precipitation, which is drier than normal. I certainly hope that the Farmer's Almanac is correct. We need a good wet winter here. 2 years in a row of limited precipitation would be a disaster for us. Change the subject. A group of us has been meeting with Senator Bennett and members of his staff. The group consists of, Rush George is there, as is Becky Mitchell, Andy Mueller from the River District. The meeting really centers around about what the federal government could do to help us. I believe the conversations have basically boiled down to two items, one of which is forest health, and the second of which is hydroelectric power, both dear to my heart. And hopefully, this will eventually wind up some change in practices from the federal government. We almost have a culture, I feel, in the Forest Service that we're geared up to fight fires, and mitigation takes a back burner to that. Change the subject again. Our Ramshorn Reservoir. You've heard me speak of it before. This is a proposed reservoir on Cow Creek, which is a tributary to the Uncompahgre. It's gathering wide support. I'm proud to say that my board of directors supports this, and we filed with the state for the water rights for storage. We filed a letter of support, and we're going to change that and join as a party to the water right for storage. Like I say, it's got wide support in Uncompahgre. I believe it will benefit all the stakeholders in Uncompahgre, including environmental and recreation interests. Gunnison Basin Roundtable met Monday afternoon. Again, Forest Health was part of the conversations there. Education Committee gave quite a report. I guess my takeaway from that, it's time for, with our limited funding, it's time for water districts to step to the forefront with some money and help support those efforts. The BIP continues to meet. I believe we have a very good list of projects to bring forward. I'd like to address at the roundtable meeting, Bill Trampy announced that he's stepping down from the IBCC and as Gunnison County representative to the River District. Bill's a well-known individual, not only in my basin, but in the state as a whole. He's a past Aspinall Award winner. One of the great quotes that Bill's attributed to Bill is, I would rather be at the table than on the table. And let me tell you that Bill was at a lot of tables when it come to discussing Colorado water use. It's definitely a loss in leadership for the Gunnison Basin, and I believe to the state as a whole. Bill was instrumental in consulting me when I applied to join this board. And believe me, it's one of the more great things that I've done in my life. I've certainly enjoyed all of it. And I certainly want to wish Bill all the happiness going forward. Great individual. On a personal note, I'm really looking forward to the holidays. They're my time of year. Particularly looking forward to seeing my daughter who lives in Texas. I often say that I don't know how two kids that grew up in the Rocky Mountain West could wind up on the plains of Texas, but both my son and daughter live in the Dallas area. Anyway, she's coming home for Thanksgiving and certainly going to have some fun with my daughter, Katie. In closing, I'd like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving and a very Merry Christmas. I will try to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Anderson. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to 17I, North Platte, Director Trick.
Thank you. I hope you can see me. I was having connectivity issues this week, so if I need to turn off my video or you can't hear me, I'll certainly do that. I have just a couple of photos that Vivian will be uploading here in a second. Yeah, so this is pretty much what the summary is from the last few months. Fire. I remember speaking about fires in my last director's report at the last meeting and hoping that it wouldn't get any worse, and unfortunately it did. We had 4 different fires, one on each side of us. This is the Mullen Fire. This is a picture of a slurry bomber for the Mullen Fire that was north of us in Wyoming. That one actually did come down into our county and cause evacuations in Jackson County during October. Everybody to the northern end that was near that got evacuated, and some of our neighbors and friends. And this was our adjacent landowner neighbor to the north of us. That's their property that's being slurry bombed there. So got pretty scary in October for that. And like others have mentioned, it was hard to keep track of all the fires, because once one started, then there was another one, then another one, and it was crazy. So we had the Mullen Fire to the north, the Cameron Peak Fire over in Larimer County to the east of us, and the Troublesome Fire to the south down in Grand County. And then there was also the Middle Fork Fire in Routt County to the west of us near the Continental Divide. So we were pretty much surrounded. And our county resources were deployed to assist with the Cameron Peak Fire and the Troublesome Fire. So we had our firefighters here on our volunteer crews in Jackson County, and our County Road and Bridge Department stretched pretty thin for a few weeks. But luckily those did not cross into our area. But we've all known what happened in Grand Lake area and the devastation there and the loss of life and property, and we just hope that those folks down there can be made whole and get the help that they need. And part of the problem were the winds, and this was something that was really noticeable to me being here. We had a full week probably of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds every day. And so that caused the Troublesome Fire to grow 90,000 acres in one 24-hour period between October 21st and October 22nd. So I know that is pretty much unprecedented. I remember seeing articles coming out of Grand County and interviews that no one predicted that could happen, and they did not have time to prepare. They did not have time. It just spread so quickly, and that I think just goes to show the new conditions that we're facing now that are really serious with fire danger. And so we finally got some relief when the snow came around October 25th, and that was a blessing, and I'm really thankful for that. And we got some more snow last week, so that helped to mitigate everything. The Mullen fire is pretty much 100% contained. I think it's in the 90% contained, and the troublesome fire is still kind of active on the northern fire edge and is 60% contained, according to the INSAWeb fire information website at this point. But I'm definitely thankful that we had the weather come in the last few weeks that we did, and the snow to mitigate that. And as Jim mentioned, just adjacent to us in Larimer County in his basin, that there's going to be significant work needed to protect those watersheds and protect the water supply over there. So we're really thankful for CWCB staff and Director Mitchell and DNR and everybody's hard work for working on fire mitigation funding and getting that secured. And I wanted to make a note that I really hope that all the firefighters get any sort of mental health resources that they need, because I've just been thinking about those folks and the trauma and just intense work they've done over the last few months, and I hope that those folks get mental health resources and any resources that they need, because we're surely thankful for their efforts. So moving on from fire, as everybody else has experienced, we were in the drought this year. Our hay crops here were between 30 and 50% below normal due to the drought. So not a great year. We used reservoir water extensively. We're hoping that does not repeat itself for next year. We've got the cloud seeding project underway again up here in Jackson County. We got our weather modification permit on October 29th, which was signed by Director Mitchell. And that will be effective for November 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021. And so we're excited for a new season of cloud seeding. And thanks to Becky and thanks to Andrew Reichert for working on that. And I'll have some updates hopefully in January on what kind of flights and cloud seeding activities were done between now and the next time we meet. Let's see. Hunting season is pretty much on the last season around here. The fires also disrupted a lot of hunting activity and recreation activity up here. People that had tags in units down in Grand County that couldn't go in those areas either turned in tags and switched their tags to areas up here in Jackson County. So hopefully that didn't put too much of a hit on the outdoor recreation economy here that we do depend on. But I know that the fires significantly kind of affected people's plans for this year's hunting seasons. So that's winding up. And I will try to make it short and close with roundtable news. The last meeting was on September 21st. They approved a WSRF application for the Michigan River Water Conservancy District for a hydrographic survey of Meadow Creek Reservoir. You'll see that project come up today on our agenda later today. It's a good project. It's needed to maintain and enhance the much needed reservoir storage here in our basin. So you'll see that later on the agenda. And there is not a current roundtable date set for the next meeting, just due to the new COVID surges. So it's not scheduled yet, but please watch your calendars for the next meeting schedule. And I'll just end on what I'm thankful for. Thankful for my family and my health, and thankful for the snow that helped put out all these fires, and all the firefighters and everybody that works so hard, emergency responders, everybody that has been working their butts off for the last few months on this. And thankful for you all and everybody on the board. Continuing to work with you guys has been a great joy for me. And I'm hopeful for 2021 that it will be a better year. And I'm hopeful that the almanac predicts no fires for 2021. So I will go ahead and end with that unless there are any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Trick? Seeing none, we are now at our morning break time. We are running a little bit behind, so let's take a 10-minute break and be back here at 10:35.
Hi, Russ.
Hey, just been in the background lurking, but it's good to see you all.
You're a lurker?
Yeah, I feel like it's respectful to have our cameras off unless we're speaking, probably.
I'm always afraid I'm going to do something silly or
Yeah,
Pick
there's
your
that.
nose.
My daughter's been in and out of the room dancing and stuff, so I'm curious to see if that happens during this presentation. We'll see.
most of the time I'm eating.
It actually happened on one of our on one of our Denver Water Board meetings that an unnamed board member was literally picking his nose.
Exactly. That's what I'm worried about.
I mean, I would say a good 60% of my dreams are just nightmares about doing something stupid on Zoom and like getting fired and not having a job or like getting kicked off the board because like, you know, it's like the old you go out and with no clothes on dream, only, you know, now it's Zoom.
Only it's more likely to happen now.
I mean,
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well,
All right, Jim, I think we're ready for your cowbell.
Oh yeah.
Oh. More cowbell.
All right, let's come back from our morning break and move on to agenda item 18, Colorado Water Plan 5-year anniversary. Welcome, Russ.
Thank you so much. And I'm just figuring out the little bit of lag in the clicks here. So we'll just play around with how that goes for just 1 second. I want to triple click things here. So there, hopefully we're on track. All right. Thank you so much, Russ Sands, CWCB staff, for the record. I'm very excited to be here talking about the 5-year anniversary of the water plan. And Director Hawkins, really appreciate your comments on silver lining. And as I think back on our last 5 years, I do think there are a lot of silver linings that we've achieved together, and I'm happy to present those. Of course, it's me presenting, but I'd be remiss not to acknowledge that this is really, as you know, a team effort. It's not just me or my staff or CWCB staff for that matter. It's all of you and all of our great stakeholders across the state. So with that, I have tried to infuse a little bit of camaraderie throughout here without it just being my voice. And I've got some quotes from folks, some of whom I think you know pretty well, that will be appearing here. So I may not always fully speak to those, but it will give you certainly something else to read as I go through this presentation. There we go. All right. So at first I wanted to note that it's not just 5 years of the water plan, but as Director George mentioned yesterday, it's also 15 years of the IBCC, 15 years of the roundtables, and really 15 years of PEPO as well. PEPO was originally envisioned as the Public Education Participation and Outreach Group, as a working group of the IBCC, and has since kind of taken on a life with the roundtables as well. And we've really tried to strengthen that connection. And looking back on all the great work and challenges that IBCC has tried to tackle, I'm reminded of just how long that deliberative and iterative conversation can take. I think about the scenarios that are in the water plan and how those went back and forth with staff and with the IBCC and the roundtables. I'm sorry, my daughter just handed me a note. It's always fun, guys. I'm reminded of how iterative that process can be, from the need for the roundtables and the IBCC to coordinate together, and what that means in terms of the time it takes. The scenarios that went into the water plan actually were first kind of envisioned and discussed with the IBCC back in 2009, and then you see how that took multiple years to eventually land in the water plan. And over the years, IBCC in more recent time have worked on a number of issues. I think we frequently talk about what's IBCC going to tackle, and yet the reality is they've tackled many things, including just looking at projects of statewide significance, how there might be an application of the conceptual framework to those. I remember recently, a few years ago, we looked at could you take a project like Sprague, for example, and apply some of the framework of the conceptual framework to that. We've looked at funding challenges and worked with kind of the predecessor team of the For the Love of Colorado effort and really tried to identify what were those funding needs across the state and what were those funding buckets. And then more recently, as you're well aware of, we've really been diving into demand management, specifically the equity lens. What is fair to me, as Director George has said a number of times, from each basin's perspective, what would be deemed equitable or fair? And the roundtables have been equally busy, starting with the first basin implementation plans, now working on those updates, but really trying to bring projects, meaningful projects to their basins, and specifically doing that with their Water Supply Reserve Fund grants. And then again, their PEPO leads have just been phenomenal and really driving education forward throughout the state. So as Russ has said here, and I fully and wholeheartedly agree with, some of the conversations aren't always easy, but this path, it's necessary and it's deeply, deeply important. I reached out to our one of the past board members and the chair at the time of the, okay, we're gonna have this lag, at the time of the water plan, there we go. And April Montgomery provided this quote, and I really love it because it speaks so much to what the water plan really is. It's a big document, but it's so much more than that. And it's really what gives us permission to tackle so many things across the state and to really work together. It demands that there's a seat at the table for everyone, for all the different needs across the state. And it really sets that path forward of how we can collaborate on those issues. And of course, the water plan has measurable objectives and several actions embedded in it. And I will talk to you a little bit about the progress that we're making on those. So every day the CWCB is focused on implementing the water plan, and that's never been more true than today, especially as we work through the update and think about the lessons learned and how we can do it better. You'll recall that in 2017, we actually produced a document called Ripple Effects that kind of was a little bit of a report card on where we're at. And I think at that time, we said we were about 65% through on our progress towards starting to meet those actions in the water plan. I should note that those are not fully completed. They're kind of initiated, some of them completed. But today we've got a kind of a one-pager that we'll have up by the end of the day on our website that talks about how we've actually made 76% of progress towards our actions in the water plan. And we're really proud of that. And I know that Director Mitchell has noted on several occasions, this is not, again, just CWCB. This is all of us coming together to move these efforts forward. And in many cases, that means moving projects forward. Clearly, that's a big part of it. Implementation and moving projects forward is what we have to do. And I'm very grateful to our governor for providing this kind of challenge for us to really dig into some of the goals in the water plan around developing projects and making sure our project data is good. So we do have this wildly important goal, Water WIG, we've affectionately labeled it. It's a DNR WIG #1. And our wildly important goal sets this goal of really developing 500 ready or near ready projects backed by strong data that represent all the areas of the water plan. And we're really seeking to have those. I know that Director Brown has talked before, and I remember at the C9 summit that we had, that many of you attended, maybe all of you attended, that we talked about how during the first water plan, there was this rush to get all the projects in that you could possibly think of. And we're trying to stratify that a little bit to say, maybe you do have some conceptual or placeholder projects, but we really want to know the ones that are most ready to go, that really have full data and specifically good costing data. And why we need that, I think, is highlighted by this table that's in the water plan, table 9.2-1. And you will see in here, I'll highlight them here, all the areas where there's information forthcoming on project costs. And this is not to point fingers at any one basin. I think even for the basins that have full cost information down, it's really about refining that and making sure that those dollars are accurate. And in all cases, we just want to make sure that we know where these projects live on a map, that we have a latitude, longitude, that we know what those costs are, that we can really justifiably ask for money and bring that money back to the basins, knowing that we've got good support for why that money is needed. So again, really grateful to the governor for and for Director Gibbs for kind of helping us set this water wig, and excited to kind of make progress on this. Certainly the basins have been instrumental and are working so hard to achieve this. And in fact, the Yampa White Green is talking about this at the same time. I realized I was double booked for meetings today. So Sam Stein has switched over, and he's helping support that effort. I also want to say thanks to the governor. I know he has provided some pre-recorded comments at the Water in the West Symposium and in celebration of the updates, or the water plan itself and the update of the water plan, but really kind of speaking to the 5-year anniversary. So again, with projects, the water wig in itself doesn't bring new dollars to the table per se, but we have been very successful in specifically over the last 5 years in bringing money to help projects come to fruition. And I think this will pop in here in just a second, but since 2015, there have been 82 projects that have been supported with loans to the tune of $460 million. And there have been 241 projects that have been supported with grant dollars, 63.5 million in grants. The legislature has been instrumental in helping us advance efforts on several fronts. And of course, with all these things, you're getting a snapshot. There's so much good work going on, and I can't capture it all, but some highlights are just the annual support for our projects bill, the funding for the water plan. We received with the approval from this board first, and then going to the legislature to request special funding to update the water plan. And the money that's supporting the basins right now and the local experts was huge. And especially now, in retrospect of knowing what we know about the economic conditions this year, so important to helping us advance things. The investments twice now in water loss training are great examples of just really that renewed focus on water efficiency across the state, and what are cities doing to be smarter, and how can we help support those efforts. Our water plan grants and the development of those post-water plan is certainly a shining example, and the continued support from the legislature, and also Proposition DD, as you well know, which has been supported. And there, again, there's many other examples, whether we point to conservation or in-stream flow support or anti-speculation that we could point to. But I agree with Deputy Director Riss that the legislature has been very supportive in helping us along the way. So as we look towards the update, I think it's just important, if I could summarize it in two hyphenated words, project focused and science driven. We are really trying to use the state-of-the-art science in everything we do. The underlying data for the water plan from SWASI 2010, Statewide Water Supply Initiative 2010, really needed to be updated. There's certain things that we are doing that really do make this a night and day analysis. We're utilizing our Colorado Decision Support System. We're embedding climate change and using that same underlying data that's in the state climate plan for the first time in the 5 scenarios, modeling across 5 scenarios, 3 of which have some degree of climate change, and in those latter 2 up to 4.2 degrees Fahrenheit warmer by 2050. So significant impacts to hydrology, and really highlighting significant need to bring adaptive measures. And that's what the basins are really struggling with and looking at now as they dig into their basin implementation plan updates, is how do they take that science and then make it actionable and turn it into meaningful projects? And how does that help them see where there may be gaps in analysis that they need, or where they need to devote more time or dollars to funding projects. And all of this culminates in the water plan update, and it really is this iterative process by which we're bringing that technical science, bringing the basin projects and challenges to bear, and then rolling that into a comprehensive update. And I will talk through that here in a minute in a little bit of detail, but I think it's important to acknowledge, I say this all the time, but the roots of the water plan, even, I think you could track back to 2002, 2003, the drought, the Hayman fire in 2002, which at the time and up until the beginning of this year was the largest fire in Colorado. Now we've had 3 of the largest fires, our top 3 this year. We've had flooding in the Republican River Basin. We've had 100% of the states in drought, 25% of the states in the worst drought. These things are shaping our lives and have shaped our lives and will continue to do so. So as we look to update our plans, it's not just updating for the sake of updating. And I've had a lot of great conversations across the roundtables and with many of you about how we make this update meaningful, how we find ways to streamline it. That's absolutely top of mind, but there's no denying that it's important, and it's the work we do is critical. It's the Brad Udall quote of, climate change is water change, and we really need to be on top of it and using the latest science so we can better guide our actions and see what trajectory we're on. At the same time, we're doing this work and some of the stuff that probably gets the most attention when we're talking to roundtables. We've made a lot of other fundamental changes at the agency under Director Mitchell's leadership that I think have been really important. We've got a new marketing director in Sarah Leonard, who's really helping us advance things and up our game on social media and coordinate better with communication staff in other agencies, and specifically communication staff in DNR, and really working to help make sure that we're saying things clearly and that we're helping message all the things we need to message. And there's so much, people are reminding me all the time of how many emails and Zoom invites they get. That's more important than ever. You only get a little bit amount of people's time. We need to say things as short and succinct as we can. We've upgraded our website, as many of you know, and in fact, we have an award-winning website in the Colorado Decision Support System website. And then we've also invested in this engagement platform, engagecwcb.org, that we're really trying to utilize as a tool, maybe more important now than ever, to engage folks when we can't be there in the room. And this is helping us to, you'll know well, this is the tool that we used and first rolled out to get feedback on the demand management memo that went to the board in July, and then subsequently had public comment. And we're really just scratching the surface of what it can do, but really trying to make this something that can be meaningful for folks and provide a forum for conversation and open up the doors for people to kind of access us when it's easiest for them, because some of the times that we have meetings don't work equally well for everyone. So I think that this has been great, and I'm so excited that we have Anna in her new role helping us do this, but really trying to have that eye towards customer service. We're also planning ahead. I think, more and more, I know at the beginning of this year and talking with Kevin and Chris Sturm, that a lot of it was thinking about just what might happen, right? And unfortunately, a lot of that came to bear. But when we think about mitigation, pre-fire mitigation, pre-flood mitigation, pre-drought, it's all about planning ahead. The worst time to plan is in a crisis, and often we're forced into that, but we know inherently we can do better. And we're really trying to lead with our drought planning efforts that Ben and Kevin Reedy and Megan Holcomb are trying to help advance, or the watershed restoration grants that really help develop in-channel improvements, floodplain mapping that helps support cities and works with FEMA. Our efforts around radar, many of which were initially kicked off with Joe Bustos, unfortunately no longer with us, but carried forward with staff today like Eric Skye and Andrew Rickard, and some of the exciting stuff happening around LIDAR efforts. And then our new face hazards tool, our future avoided cost explorer tool that Megan Holcomb really helped take the lead on, but really looking at what's the cost of doing nothing. We're going to pay if we don't look at these issues and we don't come up with adaptive strategies. And if we wait, we're not probably going to see the future that we want to see in terms of how we could have responded better. So looking and utilizing these tools that help tell a story and help us plot a new course forward that help us plan better is absolutely top of mind. I don't know if it's lagging here. Give it one more click. I think it's all frozen. Vivian, are you able to advance to the next slide? There we go. Can you all hear me still? Okay, everybody looked frozen for a second, so I just wanted to make sure. We're trying to think holistically. I think there's a lot of great work that's been done with the In-Stream Flow program, maybe more important now than ever. And I know that Linda and her team, some of who you see regularly at the board and some of who you don't, are really working hard to advance that. Chris Sturm, as many of you have noted in your comments, has really been a leader in these stream management plans and increasingly seeing how those are folding into or maybe being rebranded in some cases as these integrated water management plans that really seek to take that great work that's being done and say, how can it sit side by side with municipal needs and agricultural needs, and how can it help with improved planning across the range of things that we need to plan for. Investments in our recovery programs and trying to make that sustainable. Conservation easements. You heard Alex Funk yesterday talking to these and how we've really seen these take off, and it's a lot of work, and we're trying to figure out how we can do it better. But having things like the kind of the policy statement and the direction that we're coordinating on is really helpful to moving these forwards. And of course, Alex has done a tremendous job of just diving into our alternative water transfer methods. And really looking at what's the story there? How can we promote these? What are the different types? And in general, all of these things really funnel down to creating multi-purpose, multi-benefit projects and explaining what that means to folks and how we can help develop those if that's the future that we want to see. And some of these conversations aren't always going to be easy, right? We know that. Demand management is a great example of some of these conversations, as Russ George said at the beginning, our director George had noted in his quote, that are deeply necessary, but aren't often easy. And we know we have to get there. And we know specifically when it comes to demand management, there's been a lot of work. Just since 2018, we've seen over 100 presentations between, I think, some of the kind of adding up some of the work that Brent Newman formerly was doing, and then Amy Ostick and many different staff on AGO as well, leading on presenting and never turning down that invite, as you've heard Amy Ostick say on several occasions. We've had these working groups put together with the board's direction and had multiple participants and over 40 meetings. And as you know, coordinating with IBCC as well. So it's a lot. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of time, but it's worth it. And I guess we can say this meeting room is actually, this picture is from the last time I think we were all together. This is the March 4 or 5 meeting. And then directly after that, we had our board meeting in the same space in Lakewood. Luckily, since then, with the advent of Zoom, we have found ways to replicate staff. So that's good. So we can be at more places at once, but it's always fun dealing with our technology challenges. But at least Greg has figured out how he can create 3 of himself. So is this even me presenting to you now, or we don't know? All of this is against the context of the 3 values that are in the water plan. This forms the basis of how we're going to succeed. It's the basis of how we have succeeded. That despite all the challenges and differences we have, that fundamentally, I think we all agree that we need productive economy and vibrant cities, that we want to support efficient and effective water infrastructure, and that we need a strong and healthy environment that supports vibrant watersheds. These are the core values that were set out in the water plan, and they're still the way that we're going to lead. At the end of the day, we have a robust conversation, but we find that middle ground, and we will continue to lead in this way. We're going to make sure we have the water that we need. I think we have a tremendous opportunity, and at the beginning of this, I noted how we're really trying to strengthen those connections again with the Interbasin Compact Committee, PEPO liaisons across the roundtables, and then the roundtables themselves. And I really appreciate Robert Cicada and Lisa Darling stepping up to be those kind of IBCC point people that will be focusing on, be on that working group and focus on coordinating with the PEPO liaisons. And I love this quote from Robert Cicada, because he's easily one of the smartest people in the room on many occasions, has so many great thoughts, but he used his quote to compliment somebody else, which I think is just amazing. And I do love this, to collaborate and conquer. Who wouldn't want to be a part of that? We have a tremendous opportunity. We can really harness our PEPO liaisons across the state to coordinate more and better educate and really explain the water challenges that we have, and we get support and buy-in and better, broader collaboration on those efforts. We need to make sure that when we do this water plan update, that we're not just addressing the stakeholders that we've always addressed, but in challenging ourselves to try to reach out and include all Coloradoans. And that's something that's top of mind as we move forward on the update. I think I said this at the beginning, but I just want to note here, and many of you have been so kind in your comments, and I actually went back to a past board meeting and quoted Director Dutton here. I probably could have just pulled her comments or some of yours from this morning had it been quicker, but this is, again, there's so many staff members that you see and maybe you don't see, but they are really driving this thing behind the scenes. So much of everything we do, and certainly the water plan update. And I'm so grateful to have their support, their good thoughts. Universally, I'm always impressed because at the heart of everything that staff is driving forward, it's always about innovating and how we can do things smarter and better. And what are those new things that we should be supporting that are really promising and are going to help solve our future water challenges. So I want to say first, thank you to staff as well for all their efforts. It's been a lot, even just this year for multiple reasons. And we have a long road ahead of us getting to the water plan update in 2022, but I'm confident with this team that we're going to get there, and I'm so appreciative. And I know it goes both ways, so I'll speak on behalf of staff to say that we thank you too. This, again, it's not just us. My team may be, responsible for the water plan update, but it's really the entire agency. We couldn't do it without you at the board. We couldn't do it without all the stakeholders. We need those diverse perspectives, even when it's hard to hear. We have to be open to that, right? That's our central challenge. We're going to find that middle ground. We're going to make it work. So to the board, to the roundtables, the IBCC, the legislature, all our stakeholders across the state, and all our partners that we don't always talk to directly, but are certainly there, all our partner agencies, the tribes. There's so many people that are helping move this forward and keeping it top of mind, making sure that the water plan succeeds, even in what has been a tremendously challenging year. And what's been done on largely volunteer hours. I'm eternally grateful and impressed by many of the good folks. I wrote this down. I think Director Dutton said, "Dang good people" this morning. We have many dang good people, not just on staff, but across the state that are great. I also, Director Jan, not to shirk you, but I also like that Chris Sturm is sharp as heck, and we have many sharp as heck staff and board members. So thank you for that. I agree wholeheartedly. But I did want to just take a moment to say thank you. I went back and listened to Director Goebel, Jack Goebel's comments from Lower Arc, and I just am so grateful to his comments. But he talks about what an experience it is to be on the board and to work, and how we do find this middle ground and we stick together. And I love that. So we are continuing to progress and advance the water plan update. That's all done through collaboration, and we're going to continue that way. So I presented to you last that these are kind of the phases as we look out this kind of scoping phase that we're in now, that we think will carry us through June. And we're really trying to be intentional about using this time to, I don't know if mitigate's the right word, but be thoughtful about the comments that we receive, and not just wait until we have a final draft to get those comments, but to really try to bring people along with us. We're developing thoughts and ideas. We have some ideas where we might want to take things, and then we're running those by folks sometimes on an ad hoc basis. We're going to be trying to be really leveraging any major events that are out there to kind of highlight where we're thinking and where we may be going. With regards to the board, I see major milestone maybe at our March board meeting of really trying to encapsulate some of the good thoughts that staff have been having around objectives and actions, and highlighting those at least initially there, and then continuing to work with stakeholders across the state to flesh those out. And at the heart of it, I really think it is about what are we doing right? What could we be doing better? What are those innovative things? Where can we look to perhaps push the envelope and really set the stage for the pipeline of projects that we want to see down the road? So that's how we're spending our time over this next, this 9-month phase. Then we will move into drafting and work, I think, a lot closer with the board on just as we develop drafts. Certainly we will be presenting to the legislature as well, and working with the Interim Water Resource Review Committee. And then ultimately, kind of in that April 22 timeframe, be looking to put out for comment a final draft. And we'll take those comments and we'll refine, and if we need to go post a second draft, we can do that, and we'll work to land this at the end of the year, consistent with the Chapter 11 goals in the current water plan, to kind of have things wrapped up and really be looking on to the next phase of work after that. So there's a lot of good things coming. We have a lot of great partners. I should add that Water Education Colorado is looking at a Water 22 event, a water year 2022 event to really celebrate water. It will be the 85th anniversary of CWCB and many organizations across the state. It'll also be the 100-year anniversary of the Colorado River Compact. And so in celebration of that and the water plan, we're really trying to coordinate on how we can do this. And this is something we talked to the board a few years ago, and I'm pleased that it's advancing. So that's all I have for today. We've got a road ahead of us, but I hope this did kind of highlight some of the silver linings. And again, just want to say thank you so much to each of you.
Thank you, Russ. Members of the board, are there any questions or comments for Russ? Director Schwartz.
And thank you. Great summary, Russ. Thank you very much. Couple insights. I did want to share what the engagement and the work, and Lauren can remember that the legislature did when the water plan was being conceived and developed. And I think, having been chair of the interim committee, having been chair of the Ag Committee in the Senate, that there was a very clear, and Russ can appreciate this, a very clear commitment that this water plan not be political, that we don't have it ratified on the floor of the legislature, because we know who loses when it comes to these votes, sort of like upper basin, lower basin. So I think that was one area where the interim committee and the Ag Committee, we reviewed every chapter. We were, really there every step of the way. I want to acknowledge that the CWCB working closely with the legislature at that time to develop the buy-in and so forth. And then there, of course, was the follow-up legislation Senator Roberts and I carried to actually embed it into the work of the interim committee that last summer, to go out and also have another forum for gaining input into the water plan, into the final draft, and reaching out to constituencies that were not typically engaged. So when you look at what brought it together, a tremendous amount of work, but I would like to just acknowledge the legislature for being partners, but not taking it over and making it a legislative issue, a political issue. So just on that score, because I think those are some of the elements we want to make sure survive, or those concepts. And lastly, the climate data, climate change. You showed all of us in that room in Winter Park that we just have to revisit that all the time. The acceleration of this, and sitting in those conversations 6 years ago, we really didn't anticipate that we would have the impacts on climate, and that we were just having all those studies intertwined and taking the middle line. You remember all those studies, which study, and we'll just take the middle. And but now this thing is playing out, and the middle is probably not an acceptable place for us to be anymore. That we have to be out front. I think Becky spoke to that yesterday, that we really have a chance here to take this data, integrate it, and really have it drive many aspects of our plan moving forward. So thank you for my just giving a little historic perspective and a little anxiety around the climate. So
thank you.
Thank you, Director Schwartz. Any other? I just wanted to say, Russ, that I don't know what's more impressive, your mad presentation skills or all the work that's been done on the plan. And of course, it's all the work that's been done on the plan. This is a living document. It doesn't sit on a shelf. It's being used every day. So thank you. And Director Mitchell, I think you'll have the last word here.
Yeah, I got a little teary-eyed, of course, watching this presentation. That the experience of the last water plan, and being a part of that development was something that was definitely career and life-changing, to say the least. I think that it's also a good time to reflect on remembering why we did that and where it came from. And I really thought about, as I was listening to this, it was, what were some of the goals that that I had? What were some of the goals that the board had? What some of the goals were across the state? And I really thought they weren't explicitly stated, but I really felt like the goal was to deliberately, proactively, and consciously decide our future and not lose ag, protect and enhance our environments, provide safe and secure water for all of Coloradans, provide for our economy, and make sure that we had the choices that we made helped our all of Colorado. And so I think that it's important for us to have this recheck right now as we're going into this again. And our jobs are so important and they impact so many people. What we are doing here, what this board is doing here, what we will create makes a difference and has an impact. And we have to reflect on, I think about my mom always gives me words of inspiration. And of course, I've talked to my mom multiple times about water and Colorado water, and she'll say things. And I think one of her quotes, and I wish I could call on her now, she would say this, but she said, growth is not the measure of where you are, but how far you have come. And I think what we did with the water plan moved us a great distance. What are the leaders before us have done, have moved us great distance, but at a pace that I think has been tolerable. And I think we can push the envelope now. We need to be even more proactive as we are facing climate change and changes in hydrology and the forest fires and everything. So I just urge us to think about that. And thank you so much, Russ, for this. I don't want to be a Jim Yawn and cry, but this was a lot of work, and we have to continue the work. And that's it. Thank you.
Well, Director Mitchell, you are not going to have the last word because Director Dutton has raised her hand.
Well, now I feel weird because that was the perfect way to end this conversation. So Becky, just say all that again after I finish talking. No, I love Director Mitchell, your sentiment and your comment, because I think we all feel that way, like we're standing on the shoulders of giants, although that means standing on your shoulders. It's not like, you left. There's so much gratitude for the staff who were part of this and who are still here and have advanced through the agency and brought others in and mentored others. And I really appreciate the quote from Director Montgomery that you included, Russ, because I wholeheartedly agree with Director Mitchell that, we have to keep going forward. And the way we're going to do that is together. And my personal experience with creating, the first Rio Grande Basin plan was how empowering the conversations were. That it felt like the first time that we'd all been in the room together. We'd all been at roundtable meetings, but it felt like the first time that we actually said, okay, so what are your priorities? And really got to know each other and figured out how we could make, a dynamic and really bold, I think, plan for our hopes and dreams that included everyone. And so I wholeheartedly agree. We have to keep going. We have to keep moving. And the way that we're going to be successful is being inclusive and working together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dutton. Any last words? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 19, WSRF grant applications. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the record, Ben Wade, Water Supply Planning Section, presenting agenda items 19A and B. And the first project here, 19A, is an application approved by the North Platte Basin. Applicant is the Michigan River Water Conservancy District. And the district, and this is the project that Director Trick had mentioned earlier. But if approved, the district would use grant funds for a hydrographic survey of Meadow Creek Reservoir to determine the current volume of water stored in the reservoir. The Meadow Creek Reservoir has a storage right for 5,000 acre feet, and shares in the reservoir amount to 4,200 acre feet. By identifying how much water the reservoir contains beyond what is already allocated, the applicant will be able to meet other water demands among current and new shareholders. Currently, Meadow Creek Reservoir supplies 3,000 acre feet to irrigated pasture along Michigan Creek. And then the other 1,200 acre feet is for municipal use for the city of Fort Collins. As you can see in the board packet and the water summary sheet, applicant has met the match requirements. And this project also meets goals in the North Platte BIP. Staff has recommended for approval, and I'll answer any questions the board may have, or if you just want to move on to 19B, we can do that and approve both at the same time.
Thank you, Ben. Are there any questions for Ben on this agenda item? Seeing none, Ben, go ahead to agenda item 19B.
Great. Agenda item 19B is an application approved by the Colorado Basin, and this is a loan grant combo project. The loan part of it was approved back in May. The applicant is Lateral Ditch ML47 Incorporated, and they would use grant money as well as loan funds to replace a 44-year-old degraded concrete irrigation ditch and construct a pressurized underground pipe system. This water is from the Grand Valley Irrigation Company. There are 340 shares assigned to Lateral Ditch ML47 in that canal system. The lateral serves approximately 350 acres, irrigating crops, which include alfalfa, corn, grass, hay, and lawns. Approximately over 14,000 feet of pipe will be installed. Cole Bedford is going to be the project manager, not only for the loan, but on this grant as well. And he just had a short update he wanted to provide for the board. And so since being approved for the project loan, ML47 has been working closely with him to move their project forward. They have made significant progress. They have secured the required loan collateral. They're currently working with Peg Mason on the contract and have selected a contractor to perform their work. They have sought out and made use of all the resources available to a small community for a project of this kind. And this requested WSRF funds will play an important role in successfully completing the project. Again, as you can see in the board materials, they have met their match requirements, and staff has recommended approval, and I'll answer any questions the board may have. And I believe Cole is online too to answer any questions on this one as well.
Thank you, Ben. Does anybody have a question or comment for Ben or for Cole if he is here? Seeing none, I think we can, do you have one slide with a staff recommendation, or is it just approval on both, Ben?
Just approval on both.
Excellent. Then I would entertain a motion. Oh, there we go. Director Trick has made the motion to approve. Director Yan has seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those opposed, let me know in the chat. And seeing none, the motion is approved. Thank you, Ben. Let's move to agenda item 20 and welcome Rob.
Thank you. Good morning. So for the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff, I am presenting agenda item number 20, notice of recommended 2021 in-stream flow appropriations in water divisions 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7. This is an informational item only. No board actions were required at this time. I want to inform you that pursuant to Rule 5C, Staff has provided notice to the ISF subscription mailing list on November 6th that at the January 2021 board meeting, staff may recommend the board form its intent to appropriate up to 15 ISF recommendations. During this past year, staff was able to visit and conduct fieldwork on these recommended reaches. Staff has also performed public outreach, including meetings with county commissioners and various other stakeholders. Of course, with the pandemic taking over a large portion of this past year, most of these meetings did occur in a virtual setting. Staff is currently working on our water availability analysis for each of these recommendations, which are almost complete. And we're working with the recommending entities to finalize the recommended flow amounts and prepare the executive summaries. The staff has also compiled a list of landowners adjacent to these proposed ISF reaches and intends to mail them a physical letter within the next few weeks with specifics about the proposed in-stream flow recommendations once they have been finalized. So the next, I went too far, sorry. I wasn't patient enough. So the next couple of slides to simply identify the ISF recommendations included in staff's notice on November 6th. I should note that this is only a list of the recommendations staff believes may move forward in 2021 and not a comprehensive list of all the recommendations staff are currently collecting and processing data on for possible appropriation in future years. So with that in mind, first up is Water Division 1. CPW is recommending an in-stream flow on Dry Gulch, which has been a focus of greenback cutthroat reintroduction in the past few years. And there are also recommendations for the North Fork Little Thompson and Redstone Creek, which are collaborative recommendations between CPW and Larimer County. In Division 2, there's only one recommendation, which is from the BLM on the East Fork Arkansas River. In Water Division 4, there are 8 recommended reaches: Cottonwood Creek, Monitor Creek, Potter Creek, which are from the BLM. CPW has made a recommendation on Cow Creek, and High Country Conservation Advocates has recommended in-stream flows on the lower section of Gold Creek, Elk Creek, and Wildcat Creek. Finally, moving over to Water Division 6, the BLM has a recommendation on Watson Creek. And finally, CPW has a recommendation in Water Division 7 on Rincon Lavaca. So that is all the information I have today on these, but I can answer any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions for Rob? Seeing none, thank you, Rob, and we will look forward to hearing more at the next meeting. Let's move on to agenda item 21, final action on contested Trout Creek and stream flow appropriation. And again, I think this is you, Rob.
It is. For the record again, Rob. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my mouse going down. So for the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff, I'm presenting agenda item 21. This is final action on the contested in-stream flow appropriation on Trout Creek and Water Division 6. This is an action item and does have a staff recommendation. So I wanted to start off by providing some backend information on this recommendation and then update you on what has occurred since the board formed its intent to appropriate in January of 2019. So in 2018, the Bureau of Land Management recommended a subsection of the original in-stream flow appropriation on Trout Creek for an increased flow rate. This recommendation is in addition to the 5 CFS year-round rate decreed to the CWCB in Water Court Case 77W1338. And on January 29th, 2018, the CWCB formed its intent to appropriate an ISF water right on this segment of Trout Creek for 2 CFS from November 1st through March 31st, 8 CFS, April 1st through July 31st, and 7 CFS, August 1st through October 31st. Then on March 29th, the Not Land and Livestock Incorporated filed a notice to contest this ISF appropriation. And consequently, on April 29th, 20 Mile Coal filed a notice of party status as well. No other parties filed for a notice to contest for party status, and a hearing was set to be held in conjunction with the CWCB's November 2020 meeting. On October 17th, 2019, the parties agreed to continue the hearing until November 2020. As part of this agreement, CWCB staff and the BLM agreed to take additional measurements on Trout Creek in 2020 on lands owned by Not Land and Livestock. On July 9th, 2020, CWCB staff, CPW staff, BLM staff, and representatives for the Not Land and Livestock and 20 Mile mutually selected 3 cross sections for RT cross analysis on lands owned by Not Land and Livestock. On July 23rd, 2020, CPW staff conducted a fish survey in the lower end of the recommended reach on Trout Creek. Then on August 25th, 2020, CWCB staff, BLM staff, and Tyler Knott collected a second R2 cross data set at the same 3 cross sections measured on July 8th, 2020. And then most recently on October 19th of 2020, CWCB staff executed stipulations with Not Land and Livestock and 20 Mile containing terms and conditions to resolve issues related to the proposed ISF on Trout Creek. Upon final action by the CWCB on this appropriation that includes this stipulated language, Not Land and Livestock and 20 Mile will not further oppose the Trout Creek in-stream flow in these administrative proceedings. In the event that the CWCB declines to adopt CWCB staff's recommendation to include these terms and conditions in its final action on Trout Creek, the stipulation will be void and Not Land and Livestock notice to contest and 20 Mile Coal's notice of party status shall remain in full force and effect, and the parties shall seek to reschedule the hearing and the associated deadlines for pre-hearing statements and a pre-hearing conference. So with that, I would like to show you this table, which was listed as attachment 4 in your packet. It shows the additional R2 cross data from 2020 that was collected at 3 locations, with each location surveyed twice and the 2 measurements averaged together to get the cross-section average. You'll notice in a few of these, there are some blank spaces that indicates that the modeled results were outside of the accuracy range of the model and not included within this analysis. The BLM cross-sections collected in 2017, located at the bottom of this table, were the basis for the original recommendation and were collected in close proximity at a 4th location down near the lower terminus. All of this data was averaged together to evenly weight the results, and the average cross-section results for all 4 locations were averaged together to obtain an overall average. These numbers are the basis for the quantification of the flow rates for the recommended increase. As mentioned before, CPW and BLM conducted a fish survey this past July. The survey confirmed that Trout Creek fishery consists of native species of mottled sculpin, speckled dace, and mountain sucker, as well as brown trout and brook trout. And fishery biologists observed young of the year brook and brown trout in multiple age classes, which is an indication of the self-sustaining trout population. These findings were consistent with previous fish surveys conducted in 1993 and 2007 on Trout Creek, which were included in the materials submitted to the board in January of 2019 and exhibit that a natural environment is present on this reach of the creek. Just want to move on to this slide, which shows a hydrograph of staff's water availability analysis. This was provided in January of 2019 and has been updated on this graph to show the reduced flow rates currently being recommended as a result of that additional R2 cross work done this past year. If I zoom in, you can see these rates a little easier. I spent an enormous amount of time trying to come up with a good zooming into on a Zoom meeting pun, but I didn't really come up with it, so I apologize. But here's staff's water availability analysis, which relies on gauge data during the primary irrigation season and stream stats during the winter months. Fortunately for us, the gauge was located just below the proposed lower terminus, which is the coal ditch at gate. It's important to note that the gauge does undercount the amount of water actually available at the lower terminus when the coal ditch is operating, since it's slightly downstream of the lower terminus. This gauge data consists of 20 years of monthly flow measurements reported by the end of mine to the Department of Mines Reclamation and Safety. The dark black line on this on this graph shows the median of measured values for each month. CWCB staff and R2 cross flow measurements, spot flow measurements are included on this plot as well. And it's important to note that this recommendation shows the amount of the original appropriation also included with the proposed increase. So that original appropriation was for 5 CFS, and that's included with the proposed increase as well. Based on this data, staff has determined that water is available for appropriation. And staff would also note that this appropriation, if approved, would have a 2019 appropriation date. It is for a junior non-consumptive and stream flow water right. And this ISF appropriation will not affect existing decreed uses and is subject to 102.3b as well. That's what I have for my presentation outside of my staff recommendation. But I believe Roy Smith is here as well and wanted to say a few words from the BLM's perspective on this recommendation.
Thank you, Rob. Before we move to Roy, are there any questions for Rob? And seeing none, welcome, Roy, and please state your name for the record.
Greetings. My name's Roy Smith. I'm the statewide water rights and in-stream flow coordinator for the Bureau of Land Management in Colorado. And what I wanted to comment on is to add further praise to the CWCB staff. I heard the whole water plan agenda item, and I know there was lots of praise heaped on there, but I think more is deserving here because I think what you're seeing in front of you now is an amazing collaborative effort on the behalf of multiple agencies and landowners. When 20 Mile Coal and not Land and Livestock came into this proceeding, they said they just wanted more data to ensure that the in-stream flow increases that were appropriated were well sized and suited for the pieces of Trout Creek that cross private lands. And when a private landowner makes that request, BLM could not agree more. We want the in-stream flow water rights to be appropriately sized. So we went into a collaborative effort to collect additional data, and that collaborative effort involved BLM staff, the private landowner, not Land and Livestock, 20 Mile Coal, and the Water Conservation Board staff. And we went out and we actually jointly selected additional locations for data collection where these cross sections would be located. And it was pleasing to me that we had almost no problem agreeing where these cross sections should be located. I was also really pleased that the private landowner, not Land and Livestock Company, facilitated our access to their lands to help collect additional data. When we ran all this through the R2 cross model, I think that all the parties involved had good agreement that the results were valid and that they could be relied upon. And after that was done, we went through a negotiation procedure to determine how to to utilize those results in arriving at a final in-stream flow amount. So overall, I think the whole process was really data-driven. It was very collaborative. And I think we ended up in a very good spot on exact numbers for this proposed increase. So I want to add my thanks to the board for all their work on this, and just want to add the BLM's support for approving these proposed increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Roy? Roy, I just want to, Director Yan, I will let you go first and then I will go.
I just wanted to thank the staff and Roy for working on this and reaching a solution so we don't have to go to a hearing. So that's always good. I did have a question though. I noticed in there, that the Not Land and Livestock Company reserves the right to argue that these changes that they make, or these changes of diversions and things like that were part of this, what sounds like we're part of this, this application, that they're going to argue that was pre-1977 in their change of water right. And I was just wondering, do you think that will raise, or do you think that will be allowed? They're saying that they did some things pre-existing to our 1977 water right. And I noticed that we're saying that we can still argue that. So I was just wondering what the status of that is.
So they just filed a water right application last month for those changes. And I think when we determined on the settlement is that we would exclude this increase from any kind of concern about, we obviously know that these practices have been occurring since then, and that we would still further discuss how to incorporate those pre-1977, or if those did occur prior to 1977, and it wouldn't preclude the CWCB from arguing that, I guess.
Okay. So did you enter into that case then?
We since it just got submitted last month, we haven't formally entered into the case yet. No.
But we probably will. Is it?
It's most likely.
Okay. Okay, and then it said something about they didn't want measurement structures anywhere on their land. Do we have a location for measurement structures to satisfy the state?
There are locations downstream on the BLM land that would work for a measurement structure. Okay. They just wanted a provision that we couldn't force them to allow us on their property to put a measuring structure for our water right, and we thought that was a reasonable request.
All right, thanks. That's all the questions. Good job.
Director Brown?
Thanks, Director Hawkins. If you had a comment, I can go after you.
Oh, I will be quick then. Rob and Roy, I wanted to note that this type of collaboration between the state and federal agencies, I think, is really admirable, and wanted to thank you for spending the extra time on this. And go ahead, Director Brown.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. Roy, thank you, and especially thank you to Rob and to Brandy, who spent several hours on the phone with me on Tuesday, walking me through the new data collection and the old data collection and the entire ISF proposal in general. And as I told them, I think as a board member, it's difficult to be an expert in every single ISF that we see, but I try to make it a priority to be at least very well versed on the ones that come through my division, and take it from both perspectives, the perspective of the state and the huge benefit that ISFs give us as we move into an uncertain future, but then also try to put the lens of a landowner, and especially some of the landowners that have been operating their ranches and their water rights, over the past 100 years in a lot of cases, and just make sure, that they are, that it's a fair and good process. And I commend the BLM and CWCB, CPW for their collaboration, as my fellow board members have done today. And, I just have to say, especially to Rob, since I've been a board member, he and I have had a number of discussions about outreach to landowners in all of the different basins that I serve in. And it's no secret that there are some concerns over the ISF program, and it's been something that Linda and Rob and I have, spoken when we were able to speak in person at some of these events, and had a number of calls just to make sure that questions are being answered. And I always, hope that I can act as some sort of middleman with the in-stream flow program and make sure that people understand the immense benefits, but also that any concerns are being shared back and forth, that it's always the lines of communication are open. And Rob has done an excellent job really thinking about and putting into place new and varied outreach efforts. And I think that that is a huge step in, you know, what will forever just be an education process for people over the in-stream flow program. And it will, in the end, I think, really make the program stronger and make the goals of not drying rivers up in Colorado easier and just a better program in general. So I didn't mean to get off on a soapbox about that when what we're here today to do is this specific one. But I just wanted to let you know that these folks have done a great job here, and thank you for your time again. And with all of that said, I would be honored to move the staff recommendation for the Trout Creek ISF in Division 6 as written here on the screen.
Thank you. It's been moved by Director Brown to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 21. It's been seconded by Director Schwartz. Is there any further discussion?
So Director Hawkins, I just want to mention that the staff recommendation was so long that it had to go over 2 screens. But it is exactly what was written into the staff's memo.
Thank you, Rob. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Any opposition, please note it in the chat. Seeing none, the motion is approved. We can now move on to agenda item 22 and welcome Linda.
Good morning. I'm Linda Bassey with the Stream and Lake Protection Section, and we're going to switch from in-stream flow appropriations to the acquisition program. I am trying to figure out how to get control of the slides. Excuse me. Vivian gave us instructions, but I'm not. View options. Oh. I guess I have it. I'm sorry. Agenda item 22 is the lease of Rudai Reservoir water for in-stream flow use on the Frying Pan River and 15-mile reach of the Colorado River. This is an action item. And I'm trying to advance my slide. So this proposal is for a short-term lease from the River District of 3,500 acre-feet of water that the district holds in Rudai Reservoir. This is a repeat. Most of you were here for a similar lease that we did. We presented it to the board in 2018, entered into and implemented the lease in early 2019. The in-stream flow use would be on the Frying Pan River to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree, January through March of 2021. And then if any water is remaining of that leased water, as of April 1st, that remaining water could be used on the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River to preserve and improve the natural environment. This is the second meeting of your 2-board meeting process on acquisitions. No one requested a hearing, so the board may take final action today, and that's what we'll be recommending. We've sent out required notices and requests for recommendations. Colorado Parks and Wildlife's recommendation letter is attached to your memo. And the water to be leased and the proposed uses from January through March, the water that we would be leasing would be under a specific contract that the district has with Reclamation that authorizes the district to use water to supplement winter in-stream flows in the Frying Pan River. So we'd be using that water to preserve up to the board's decreed in-stream flow rate, which is decreed for 39 CFS in the winter, and also to add flows up to 70 CFS to improve the natural environment. We would only be requesting releases and using this water at times when low temperatures and low flows could combine to create anchor ice, because the main goal of this lease is to prevent anchor ice formation. So after April 1st, any remaining leased Rudai water would be used from a pool under a different contract with Reclamation that authorizes use of water by piscatorial users, including delivering water to supplement stream flow. So the board could use that remaining leased water on the 15-mile reach from the April through June and the October through December period. It would be to preserve the natural environment by helping to meet or reduce shortfalls to Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations. From July 1st through September 30th, we'd be using that water to preserve the board's existing decreed in-stream flows on that reach and improving by providing water to help meet or reduce shortfalls, again, to those Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations. The likelihood of having very much remaining leased water is low. The last time we did this lease, we had about 300 acre feet left as of April 1st. The primary use of this lease is for the wintertime use on the Frying Pan River, but we want to be able to use all of the water that we're leasing. So we would enter into a one-year lease agreement with the district. We have been working on that document and attachments to that document. And to implement the lease, in the January through March period, CWCB staff will coordinate with the River District, Roaring Fork Conservancy, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and Reclamation on timing and amount of the releases, requesting them, and then recording and accounting for the releases. Just earlier this week, we had our first coordination meeting to agree upon some appropriate ramping rates for when releases begin to avoid any adverse impacts to trout, fry, and macroinvertebrates. After March 31st, if we have remaining leased water to use, CWCB staff would coordinate with Colorado Parks and Wildlife on impacts to the Frying Pan River from releases, and with Fish and Wildlife Service and Reclamation on the same items. So I'll take you through your Rule 6 factors. Some of them don't apply here because we are using, we're leasing water that's been stored in priority and released for delivery for in-stream flow use. So historical use and return flows and material injury to existing water rights aren't at issue in this acquisition. This acquisition will promote maximum utilization of waters of the state by allowing that stored water to be used beneficially to generate hydropower and to preserve and improve the natural environment on 2 reaches of river. And that water downstream of the 15-mile reach will be available for any subsequent use by the next water user in priority. The proposed lease does not negatively impact any interstate compact or raise any issues related to compacts. And the factor involving board's evaluation of stacking. When leased water is available for in-stream flow use on the Frying Pan River, or the remaining leased water can be used on the 15-mile reach, it can be used first to help meet the board's decreed in-stream flow water rights, and on the Frying Pan may be stacked or combined with existing in-stream flow rights to meet those flow recommendations from the Roaring Fork Conservancy and CPW to prevent anchor ice formation. On 15 Mile Reach, it can be stacked with existing in-stream flows and with any other leased water to help meet those Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations. We've consulted with the Division 5 division engineer, and he has indicated that this proposed lease will be administrable. Benefits of this lease that we anticipate include preventing that anchor ice formation that will help the aquatic macroinvertebrates and fish in the reach on the Frying Pan. And on the 15 Mile Reach, the increased flows from the leased water will benefit endangered fish habitat and will help the state meet its recovery program goals. So now we'll go into the costs of the transaction and a request for authorization to spend some of our construction fund money. And Policy 19, CWCB's Financial Policy 19 governs the use of these funds. The district's water marketing policy governs its leases and prices. And the price this year that's been established for 2021 is $68.50 per acre foot. So we will be requesting the board to approve an expenditure of $239,750. Because we are proposing using funds that were appropriated for acquisitions of water, there are some additional factors that the board needs to consider because we are using this leased water to improve the natural environment. So I will go through those factors. The first is whether there's any impact on the balance between consumptive and non-consumptive needs and uses of water on the rivers that are in question. This proposal doesn't appear to affect that balance. The released water will run through the hydropower plant and generate power prior to in-stream flow use. Below the in-stream flow use, it will be available to the next diverter in priority. And there have not been any calls for water during the winter on the Frying Pan River. And the leased water on the 15 Mile Reach will be available to the next diverter in priority below the reach. Policy 19 requires additional information from Colorado Parks and Wildlife when an acquisition will be used to improve the natural environment. Two of those factors are the degree to which that acquired water will provide additional usable habitat in the in-stream flow reach, and the amount of additional usable area for fish and macroinvertebrates that will result. On the Frying Pan River, reducing that anchor ice will provide additional usable habitat for brown trout adults and more favorable conditions for egg incubation. It's hard to quantify the exact amount because the flow rates will vary and the temperatures will vary. So CPW is not able to have a precise quantification of that additional usable area. On the 15 Mile Reach, adding that leased water will increase preferred habitat for the Colorado pike minnow and razorback sucker. And again, variables such as temperature and the hydrologic year type make it difficult to predict the amount added. And Katie Birch from CPW is with us if you have any questions about these, this information that CPW provided. Two more factors that need to be considered are the degree to which acquired water will benefit the natural environment and that it won't result in hydraulic conditions detrimental to the aspects of the natural environment we're trying to benefit. In other words, it's not too much water that will actually hurt those aspects of the natural environment. So on the Frying Pan River, the acquired water will benefit brown trout adults and egg incubation. It will not be detrimental to the natural environment because habitat curves under PHAM-SIM show that flows up to 100 CFS could provide benefits to those aspects of the natural environment. On the 15-mile reach, the benefit is an increase in preferred habitat for those two fish species. And the Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations seek to maximize habitat and are designed to avoid those detrimental conditions. A couple of the factors that Policy 19 identifies do not apply to this lease. CPW took a look at it and concluded that they wouldn't apply. One's the amount of protection from high temperatures and low oxygen levels. Because the water in the Frying Pan River is being used in the winter, this isn't applicable. And on the 15-mile reach, that remaining leased water would be used to benefit warm water fish species. And so that isn't really a factor that CPW analyzed. And also another factor is the estimate of a degree to which the acquired water will support riparian vegetation. And again, those factors were not at issue with this acquisition. So that's the extent of my presentation prior to staff recommendation. So maybe this might be a good point if anyone has any questions for me. I believe John Courier from the River District is here. And again, Katie is here if you have questions for CPW.
Thank you, Linda. Let's start first with any questions for Linda or comments for Linda. Director Felt.
Thanks. Linda, do you have any sense what the district would normally do with this water if they weren't leasing it to CWCB for these purposes?
I don't think I can really speak for the district, but I think that this is water that the district holds in Rudai that is available. And because they've been working with the Roaring Fork Conservancy and other local entities to try to address this anchor ice issue, this water is available. I'm not sure that there's another use that they would be making of it that they've chosen not to. And if John Courier is here, he might want to answer that question. I can't see all the participants on my screen.
Sure.
John, if you're here, please feel free to state your name for the record and answer Greg's question, Director Felt's question.
I'm John Courier, Chief Engineer for the Colorado River District. Good question. This water is part of the River District's water marketing pool, and it's not used. It's not currently marketed for, say, M&I uses for annual uses. It's just kind of in our available marketing pool. And by contract, it's usable for the uses as Linda has so clearly outlined. If it weren't entered into this contract, it's water that would sit in the reservoir and basically likely be spilled through the reservoir during or after the height of runoff. So in largely using it this way is retiming the use of the water to provide the maximum benefit for the Frying Pan and the winter and the balance to the 15-mile reach when it can best be used.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Linda? If there are none, are there any questions for Katie? So seeing none, John, if you have any additional comments that you would like to make to the board, please do.
Thank you, Director Hawkins. The only comment I would make to the board, well, a couple comments. First, this arose from the Roaring Fork Conservancy desiring to improve the habitat in the winter by eliminating anchor ice, and back 2 years ago, and we appreciate the board agreed to enter into the contract on that behalf 2 years ago, and this is essentially identical to that. So we really appreciate the board's support for doing this to improve the frying pan in the winter, and always appreciate the efforts for the 15-mile reach. Secondly, I would just like to throw a shout out to Linda. It's always extremely pleasurable to work with Linda on these things, because Linda's just extraordinarily good at what she does. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, John.
Director Felt.
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand it a little more, so thanks for your patience. Is this an annual problem, John? I mean, it sounded like we did it 2 years ago, and then we didn't do it for a year, and now we're doing it again. And I'm kind of wondering if the problem ties to certain conditions that arise in certain years, or if it's something we should be working towards more of a longer term agreement.
Again, Director Felt, excellent question. It's an issue that's going to be exacerbated by dry conditions when Rudi is drawn down further, and they're not trying to reach their winter drawdown targets, and so it's going to be exacerbated by 2018 or 2020 type of years, and when the flows below Rudi are normally going to be held at the minimum flow, the in-stream flow, all winter long. And so, like on a really wet year, the flows may be higher naturally just because there's more water available, and that's not an issue. But it would be something that I think is worth exploring, how to enter into, a longer term mechanism. So we're not always coming back every other year, to talk about it with the board. But that's something I think we could explore with CWCB staff and the other interested parties over time.
Yeah, it seems like that it might be interesting to come up with triggers in terms of maybe what the percentage of the capacity of the reservoir is full, or how much water is going to be released to make room for the next year's inflows or something, and maybe create some kind of option that could be exercised. I don't know. It's a fair bit of money. And sometimes in these things, when you can create more certainty, you can kind of negotiate a deal that creates more certainty for the district over the long term, and is a little better deal for the CWCB too, because of that longer term commitment. So I don't know. I would encourage at least exploring that and seeing if there are some synergies there that we could look at.
Thank you for that comment.
Thank you. Director Schwartz.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move agenda item 22 per the staff recommendation. Again, appreciate everyone's collaboration, hard work, and I think let's see how this winter goes. We're all a little anxious, and this is not part of the motion, but looking at that longer term solution, if it could benefit the CWCB. So the motion simply is I move agenda item 22 per the staff recommendation.
Thank you. I'm looking for a second, if there is one. Director Schwartz has moved staff recommendation on agenda item 22. It's been seconded by Director Brody. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If you're opposed, please let me know in the chat. And seeing none, the motion is approved. We are now at our lunch hour. We're running a little bit behind. but I want to leave adequate time for everyone to have a little bit of a break. It's 12:04. Let's reconvene at 12:50.
Hey, Corey.
How are you? I hear a voice.
Yeah. Can you see me?
I cannot. I'm trying to go through my settings. I assume this is Commissioner Jan.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. I just sat down and we're on our lunch break right now. So
Very good. I was hopeful I wasn't late.
oh no, you're right in there. So you get to be part of the net.
Corey.
Hi, Linda.
I should have let you know we were running behind a little. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I was behind and just got in and was happy to hear Commissioner Jan in your voice. At least I know I'm in the right place now.
Yes, you are. Yeah, actually, I think we're not starting back up for like 15 minutes, right, Jim?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Sounds
FYI.
good. Well, I'll turn my video and mute it and join you in a little while.
Okay. Thanks. Good to
All
see
right.
you.
Yeah, you
Thanks
too.
for
Thank
coming.
you.
Good to see you, Linda. I haven't
Nice to see you, Jim. I sure miss everybody.
I know. It's kind of tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. But
Are you staying at home all the time?
yeah, I am. Me and my cats.
You and your cats, yeah. I think about you often because I just put some new ponds in on my place.
Uh-huh.
And the bird populations there are amazing.
Oh,
You've seen
nice.
cranes and geese and all kinds of ducks, but we have about 8 bald eagles that kind of drift in and out in there, and lots of hawks. So
beautiful.
A lot of bird action going on.
You're providing a little oasis on the plains there.
That's right. Well, the reservoir really does it. I just added a little more area for it.
Yeah. Some more private spots for them.
That's right.
Great. Yeah, that's got to be nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to
Okay.
shut down. Good to see you and chat a little.
All right. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Here's your not real virtual cowbell.
Hi, Celine.
Hi, Kaylee. I'm just checking to make sure that the tech wizards are ready to come off break and help us.
Good. Well, I'm glad you can hear me. That's a good start.
We're getting set back up, Celine, so we're almost ready.
Perfect.
I'm starting to see people trickle back on.
Just so you all know, I've had a few bandwidth issues over lunch. I may keep my video off just to make sure I don't drop a connection if I see it getting unstable again.
And Jessica and I will be ready to cover you no matter what.
Okay. All right. I think we are ready to resume. And we are now on agenda item 23. And is this Linda or Kaylee who will be speaking to us first?
That is me.
All right. And make sure to state your name for the record. Thank you, Kaylee.
All right. So good afternoon. I'm Kaylee White. I'm a staff member with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. I'm here to present agenda item 23 today. And I know it's been, a long board meeting, at least a day and a half now. This is the last item. It's a little bit long. It's pretty technical. So we'll try to at least make it fun if we can. So we have an exciting project to present to you today. Originally, the idea was brought to CWCB's attention by the water users in the local communities to improve conditions on the lower part of the Cache la Poudre River by augmenting stream flows under a new plan for augmentation. So this is a new concept, new law. The board has heard updates over the years from staff and also some legislative updates. So the project is finally ready for your consideration today. Let's see if I can advance the slide. There we go. Okay, we're on. So there's been more than 25 people who have been dedicated to finding a path forward on this for multiple years and to get to this point. Many of them are named on this slide and are here to answer questions. Now, the 8 people who will address the board today, I'm sharing in this presentation, they're shown in bold. So for CWCB, that Linda Bassi and Jen Neely are here, but I'll be doing the presenting. And Greg Sullivan will be presenting the technical engineering. Katie Birch for CPW, the stream flow recommendation, Kate Ryan for Water Trust, who's in charge of project management, and she's our fiscal agent, Dan Brown for Cache la Poudre Water Users Association. And then for the 3 cities who are bringing water to the plan are Eric Potiandi, Jennifer Petrozelka for Greeley, Emily Hunt for Thornton. Of course, Eric is for Fort Collins. And a couple of Northern folks will be here to answer questions if we have any for them. So in your board packet, you have a copy of the new bill, House Bill 20-1037, that provides direction for this plan. You have a couple maps, the Parks and Wildlife report, the engineering report, the Phase 2 memorandum of agreement among the partners, draft water court application, and a Parks and Wildlife recommendation letter. So the proposal is to augment stream flow to preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree, which I coined the NERD. I'm proud to call it the NERD. Natural environment to a reasonable degree. It's under a new statute, and that's designed to work along with the in-stream flow acquisition program. Now, the reach of stream to be augmented extends from the mouth of the Poudre Canyon to its confluence with the South Platte River in Larimer and Weld counties. It's approximately 55 miles of stream length. So under the new House Bill 1037, CWCB and the Poudre Flows partners would file a joint application in water court. So the board acquisition process, the in-stream flow rules, as you are now aware of, for acquisitions require each acquisition to be discussed in a 2-board meeting process. After the first meeting, a hearing can be requested. If no hearing is requested, then final action can be taken at the next board meeting. And now this first board meeting, no formal action is requested. So also as required under the rules, we've sent out notices under the in-stream flow mailing list, the substitute water supply plan mailing list. We've requested recommendations for the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management, and CPW's recommendation is attached. So after years of coordination, to try to find ways to improve the flows on the Cache la Poudre River, the partners have entered into a Phase 2 MOA, of which CWCB is a signature. And now finally this year's legislative action has provided that clear path forward. This is the first implementation of that new law, and the law was in part achieved to assist in the Poudre River efforts. However, in the future, the law could be applied to other parts of the state, so long as we have local water users that are supporting such a plan. So the augmentation concept is different from a traditional augmentation plan. And traditionally, one replaces to the stream a depletion from the stream. So here the plan's a little bit different, even though it's called an augmentation plan. It's to replace a deficit in the stream, a need in the stream. So the water need would be computed by comparing the recommended flow rates to the actual flow rates. The water supply would be provided through CWCB's acquisition program. The plan is to establish a process that could accomplish the stream goals without injury to other water rates, one that would provide participation by the public, by the water users, by Division of Water Resources, of course, the CWCB board, and to be approved in water court. So here, to establish the water need, and we had to compare recommended flows to the actual flows, fairly extensive data collection and modeling was required, and you will hear presentations on both of those aspects. The Poudre partners hired Spronk Water engineers who created a point flow model to estimate the stream flows over time through the reach. And then Parks and Wildlife analyzed the biological data and used modeling to recommend seasonal flow rates through 6 river segments. to preserve and improve the natural environment. Now, for the water supply, to supply water to the need, the interest in water are offered by the municipalities of Fort Collins, Greeley, and Thornton to get the project started. Because this will be the first water to be used in the augmentation plan and to be used in the water court application, we're referring to these water rights as seed water rights. So you'll see seed water throughout the afternoon of presentations. Now, other water can be added later to the plan under a procedure that will be approved by the water court in the augmentation plan decree. So in the water court application itself, our co-applicants in our draft application are CWCB, the Cache La Poudre Water Users Association, the three cities, Fort Collins, Thornton, and Greeley. Northern will be a co-applicant, Northern Water, and the Water Trust. So the co-applicants will seek a decree that will define the reach location, the flow rates, the seed water use, a procedure to add the aug water, and any necessary terms and conditions to prevent injury. So this is a first look at this map. You'll see various versions of this particular map today. These show the actual segment, the full segment, and the individual pieces. So segments we've labeled A through F, and the whole reach starts up at the canyon mouth where the blue part of the Cache La Poudre flows into segment A, which labeled here is kind of an orangey yellow color. And it flows all the way, the reach is all the way down to the confluence with the South Platte River. So down in the lower right, you'll see a little blue line. That's actually the South Platte. You'll see this different scales of this map. I just zoomed this one up so we could really focus on the reaches. So CPW's recommended flow rates are shown in the table. Here briefly, you'll hear a lot more about these flow rates and about how CPW came up with them. But I just want to point out that up in those upper segments, A and B, the flow rate maximums would be 150 CFS and 260 CFS, one in winter, one in summer. So any flows above that, we couldn't protect. Segments C and D, the max flow rates are up to 54 CFS and 40 CFS, and those are year-round numbers. Segments E and F ended up also being the same flow rates, and that's up to 30 CFS year-round. So this table is the same as the last table. It just shows a verbal description of the upper and lower terminus of segments A through F. And as you may remember, a couple of years ago, we set some rates for this same river in segments A and part of segment B for the Northern Water protective mitigation releases from Glade Reservoir once that's done. These are the same rates, same recommendations, and the same rates that the board found in that case. So this map shows a little more detail, including selective diversions and return points. It shows the seed water reaches, as you can see, kind of called out in blue and purple and green. And you'll see this map again, so you don't have to study it too hard at this point. And we'll point out some more things on it. But now over the next 30 to 40 minutes, we've got 4 speakers, and they will provide their different perspectives. So Greg Sullivan with Spronk Water Engineers is going to provide the highlights on the preliminary engineering report, and followed by Katie Birch with CPW, who will present the highlights of CPW's analysis and their recommendations for the flow rates. Kate Ryan of the Water Trust and Dan Brown, representing the Cache La Poudre Water Users Association, will offer a few words from their perspective. So I'm going to ask each one of them to introduce the following speaker so that I won't need to come back every time in between. And then after Dan Brown, I will come back to wrap it up by looking at the in-stream flow rule factors and staff recommendation to open it up to questions. So, Greg, I will leave it to you.
And I will just pop in here to request that as you introduce speakers, if each speaker could still please state their name for the record, then I won't have to interrupt you. So thank you.
Okay, so my name is Greg Sullivan. I'm the president of Sprunk Water Engineers, and we've been retained to assist the Poudre partners in some of the technical aspects related to the proposed Poudre Flows augmentation plan. So our work has involved compilation of extensive stream flow and diversion data for the reach of interest. And we, as Kaylee said, we developed what's called a point flow model that essentially just computes the flows at places other than the stream gauges that are in the study reach. We also reviewed the flow rates that were tabulated by CPW to preserve and improve the reach, and have computed the historical deficits of the flows up to those proposed target rates. And then finally, we've summarized the seed water contributions from the three cities, and we'll show you how those fit in with the deficits. So, and all of our work is compiled in this preliminary engineering report that I think is in your packet. So here's the map again, showing the Poudre River reach going from the canyon mouth down to the confluence of the South Platte River. As Kaylee said, it's divided into 6 segments. And on this particular map, we have identified the 5 stream flow gauges that exist in this reach. The first one's up at, and they're labeled with these gray labels. So the first one's up at the canyon mouth. And we have at the top of segment A, then we have the Fort Collins gauge in the middle of segment B. There's another gauge in segment C above the Box Elder Creek confluence. Another one right at the bottom of segment C below the New Cache ditch. And then finally, the last one is near Greeley, down near the confluence. So those are the 5 locations where we have historical stream flow data. Also shown on this map in these triangles, I think there's 6 of them, are frequent places where the river dries up as a result of diversions, either in the summer or the winter or both. Next slide. So here's just a depiction of some stream flows in an average year and a dry year. So these are daily stream flows at 3 of the gauges. On the left is an average year, 2009. On the right is a dry year, 2002. And so these are daily flows during the calendar year. And then we're showing flows up to 300 CFS. So typically, as we see in most Western streams, we have a relatively low flow period during the winter time. The flow peaks during the runoff period in the spring and summer, and then back down in the fall. Looking on the gauge or the graph on the left, we can see that the canyon mouth is the yellow line. So we have those flows in between 0 and 50 in the winter, peaking up in the summer and then back down. And then the green line is the Box Elder Creek gauge. It's in the middle of the reach, and you can see the flows are quite a lot lower most of the time due to diversions. And then down at the Greeley gauge at the bottom end, you can see the flows increase some, and that's typically due to irrigation return flows and other returns that help reconstitute the stream. So the graph on the right is just the same thing in a dry year, and the flows are just generally somewhat lower, as you'd expect. Next slide. So here's that same map again, only I've added to it the major points of diversion. Those are shown in red, and the major points of measured returns, those are shown in black. So I think there's roughly 45 of those diversions and returns throughout the reach. And what we wanted to do then is using, or what we did do, using historical data for those diversions and returns along with the stream flow data, we developed a point flow model in order to compute the flow, the historical flow below each diversion and above each return throughout this reach. Next slide. Okay, so I won't get into this detail too much, but the point flow model is a typical procedure that engineers use to compute flows at places where a gauge doesn't exist. And the way that is done is just using historical data from the stream gauges that do exist, as well as data for the diversions and returns that might also exist. So the general steps are to take the flow at an upper gauge, and then subtract the diversions, add the returns below that gauge down to the next gauge, and compare that result to the measured flow at that lower gauge. And the difference between that will represent an unmeasured gain or an unmeasured loss. And we do that for every day of a study period. In this case, we did this for 2002 to 2019. And that difference in flow, the unmeasured gain or loss, we then distribute uniformly between the two gauges. And then the last step is then just to calculate the flow at each point, starting with the gauge flow. Then we subtract diversion, and that gives us a new flow below that diversion. We add the returns, et cetera, and then also add or subtract the unmeasured gains. And that is a kind of a simple explanation of how we compute the flow then at points besides the gauges. Next slide. So here's a depiction of the results, and so this illustration is called a heat map. So this is similar to, say, a weather radar map that would depict precipitation intensity, only in this case, instead of showing precipitation, we're showing stream flow in time and in place. So along the top, we have the 6 segments, A through F, and then right below that, you can see the flow rates. Those are the improved flow rates during the winter and summer. And then below that are labels of the diversions and the returns using that same color scheme, red for diversions, black for returns, going from upstream, so the canyon mouth on the left, all the way down to the Greeley gauge on the right. And then the vertical scale going up and down are just days during the year. And so within this area, then we have colors that depict the historical flow. And so in this case, this is the 2002 results. So these are historical flows and during every day at every location from the point flow model during 2002. And the colors indicate the flow as shown in the legend that's in the upper left. And in general, the darker the color, the higher the flow. And so you can see that kind of darker blue and black area at the left side, then that is an indication of the runoff that's entering the reach at the upstream end during, say, May, June, and July. And you can see how those color gets less intense into lighter colors as water is diverted going downstream. And then similarly, as you just generally looking, the lightest colors tend to be in the middle of the reach, and then the colors start to get a little darker as you go further downstream as the stream flow is reconstituted and through return flows, and so the flows get a little higher. So we prepared this kind of output for every year of our study period so that's 2002 to 2019, and I'll show you a couple more here just for comparison. So this was the dry year, and so the next slide. So here's 2009. This is an average kind of year. You can see how the darker area is a little wider, and then also extends further downstream. And then in general, the colors are darker overall, indicating the presence of more flow in this average kind of year. But there are still, places of quite low flow. And then, so the next one here, this is a wet year, 2014. You can see a lot of darker colors, a lot more flow. So I think that's enough for that. So then the next step was then to compare those historical flows to the recommended flows that CPW came up with that are shown in this table. So this shows, this is the same slide that Kaylee showed earlier, the recommended flow rates to preserve and improve the natural environment in each segment during the winter and during the summer. So what we did is then compared these flow rates to the historical flows from the point flow model at all the locations and all the segments, and computed deficits. And I'll show you the results of that here in the next slides. So here's the deficit heat map for this case 2002. And so in this case, the color intensity relates to the amount of the deficit. So the darker the color, the higher the deficit. And so in these upper segments A and B, as you recall, the maximum improved rates are 150 CFS in the winter and 260 CFS in the summer. And so what these darker colors are showing is the amount of deficit comparing the historical flows up to that either 150 or 260 amount. So pretty significant deficits, particularly in a dry year. And then going downstream, the maximum improved rates are somewhat less, 50, 40, 30 CFS. And so the deficits are smaller, but still pretty widespread. You can see that like in that runoff period back in the upper reaches, we have that white area. So that's indicating, in a dry year, there's no deficits for that short period of time when there's during the runoff. And then further downstream, there's also in some of the lower segments, the deficits are somewhat less because of the return flows and also because of just the lower improved rates. Okay, next slide. So here's the same kind of depiction in an average year. So the still significant deficits in the upper reaches, except for during the runoff period, and then deficits in the middle reaches and some lower deficits or no deficits down in the segments E and F. And finally, in 2014, we have a wet year, so no deficits during the runoff period, but we still have significant deficits particularly during the winter time and during the later summer and fall period in that upper reach. Not so much in the lower reaches during a real wet year. All right. Okay, so having then identified the needs for the water as shown in those prior maps, then we starting to evaluate the contributions from the three cities, Fort Collins, Greeley, and Thornton. So this map shows the locations where the water rights to be provided by those cities, the so-called seed water, will be made available. So the Thornton water is going to be made available, potentially made available throughout the whole reach, all 6 segments. The Fort Collins water in segments A and B, that's shown in blue there, and then the Greeley contribution down in segment F, and that's shown in that purple label. Next segment or slide. So here's just a table that summarizes the water being provided, the seed water being provided by the 3 cities, and in particular at the bottom of the table. Then we have a summary of the average rates of flow and maximum rates of flow proposed to be contributed by each of the cities during each month of the year. Next slide. So I have taken those average flow rates and then just combined them all together and then showed them on the same kind of heat map depiction. So the color intensity indicates a higher combined flow rate from the 3 cities. And so you can see how that looks in this kind of heat map form on this output. And then this next slide then shows the same thing, but just illustrating the combined maximum flow rate contribution by each of the seed water providers. So the other thing that we're working on is to make sure that this plan can be administered without injury. So we have done some work in tabulating the historical priority administration on the Poudre River and the procedures used for that, for administering the direct flow, storage rights, and exchanges, as well as the mechanism for delivering historical deliveries of reservoir and trans-mountain water down the river. And then that kind of sets the baseline for the administration of this plan that needs to then interact and be superimposed on top of the historical administration. And that administration is going to involve, for each of the seed water being provided now and any additional water provided in the future, will involve measuring or quantifying the water at the point of introduction, and then conveyance of that water through the segment or segments, assessing appropriate transit losses as that water is delivered through the segments. And then in many cases, this water has another use or a reuse at the downstream point. The water may be diverted back out of the stream for some beneficial use out of the stream, or left in the river to pay return flow obligations, or to augment, say, pumping depletions. So this is a way to get additional uses out of the same water. The actual administration procedures are being worked out through discussions with the division engineer and his staff, as well as the Poudre River water users, because again, the goal here is to develop a plan that's going to be able to be administered in the existing framework without injury to other water users. And I'm confident that this plan will be administrable once we get all those details worked out. So I think that's the end of my presentation. So next up is Katie Birch with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and she will explain how she came up with those preserve and improve rates for the Poudre River.
Thank you, Greg. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, good. I'm Katie Birch. I'm the In-Stream Flow Program Specialist for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and I'll be talking today about how the in-stream flow needs were developed, the state of the fishery, and what we did to develop flow recommendations to support the fishery in this case. Next slide. So CPW's role in the in-stream flow program is to make the biological determination on flow rates required to both preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. So we help out with both the appropriations and acquisitions branch of the CWCB's in-stream flow program. The in-stream flow program supports CPW and our mission and goals to fulfill our statutory charge, vesting CPW with the responsibility to protect wildlife and their habitats for the benefit of the citizens of the state and our visitors. Colorado's fisheries are obviously an important component of this. Next slide. There's a long history in the Poudre River of interested stakeholders trying to improve upon low flows and multiple points of dry up. In the late 80s, the city of Fort Collins approached DOW about an in-stream flow appropriation through town. We quickly concluded that limited water availability due to multiple points of dry up precluded a traditional in-stream flow appropriation. Fast forward to today, and the Poudre Flows Group solidifying around this concept for the acquisition proposal you're seeing. Early on, the group asked CPW to make a determination how much flow would be required to preserve and improve the natural environment in the Poudre through multiple segments from the canyon mouth to the confluence of the South Platte River. Next slide, please. So before getting into the details about the data sets used on the Poudre, I thought it'd be useful to discuss some differences between PHAB-SIM and R2-CROSS. These two methodologies are the foundation of the in-stream flow program, forming the technical basis for most of the existing in-stream flow appropriations and acquisitions. R2-CROSS is a prescriptive or standard setting approach where the method's end result is a firm number. PHAB-SIM is referred to as incremental, meaning the model results show changes in habitat conditions over various flow scenarios. PHAB-SIM shows a range of flows where habitat is increasing or decreasing, and decision makers can assess trade-offs for different species and life stages of fish, depending on flow. PHAB-SIM is well suited for negotiations and weighing different management decisions than R2-CROSS would be. R2-CROSS is a standard setting approach. R2-CROSS is a single cross-section model, and it's set in a riffle. So it's most appropriate when riffles are the limiting habitat type. On the other hand, PHAB-SIM will model habitat over a representative reach, so it looks at pools, runs, and glides. Physical habitat is assessed for different species and life stages of fish in PHAB-SIM, including both cold and warm water species. R2-CROSS will operate under the assumption that riffles are the limiting habitat, sensitive to changes in flow and essential for the production of invertebrates, fish passage, and specifically trout spawning and feeding. Using a combination of R2-CROSS and PHAB-SIM is common for larger, more complex rivers, and we've done this in the Dolores and San Miguel rivers. Next slide. Next up, I'll talk about the Poudre River fishery, and here's one example of a good-sized brown trout supported by the river. Next slide. As the Poudre River emerges from the canyon, cold water trout species are abundant, such as rainbow trout, cutthroat, rainbow trout hybrid, and brown trout, which are pictured on the next two slides. The river changes from a high gradient cold water stream to a unique transition zone stream between LaPorte and Greeley. In this transition zone, you see a dominance of brown trout and some rainbow, long-nosed dace, which are pictured on the next slide, as well as white sucker and long-nosed sucker. I'll pause here to note the importance of the transition zone. It provides unique aquatic habitat conditions for transition zone species that use unique temperature and habitat ranges found only in the transition zone. It also supports cold water trout species seasonally moving downstream, as well as plain species seasonally moving upstream. And although less abundant, there's 3 species that find the Poudre River transition zone that I'll mention now. The first, pictured next, is the Iowa darter, which is a state species of concern and a Tier 2 species of greatest conservation need, determined by CPW in our State Wildlife Action Plan. Next up, in the next picture, is the Plains top minnow, which is a Tier 1 species of highest conservation priority in the state. And lastly, the orange spotted sunfish, pictured next, a Tier 1 species as well of highest conservation priority. In addition to these high priority populations in decline, The Poudre supports a host of other sucker, minnow, and darter species as it transitions to a warm water plains fishery in the I-25 vicinity. All of the current native species populations in the Poudre are maintained entirely through natural reproduction. Historically, diversity and abundance of these native species have declined as these fish are challenged by a highly manipulated river, exhibiting severe low flow and multiple points of dry up, causing habitat fragmentation. Next slide. I'll briefly cover the history and one example of how CPW developed our flow recommendations. First, the defined segments A through F. Segments were delineated based on channel characteristics and fishery composition in a reach that obviously has a lot of diversity. Within each reach, there's a PHAB-SIM dataset shown in this map in purple. These PHAB-SIM datasets were developed for the Common Technical Platform, or CTP, to help evaluate impacts of the NISP and Halligan Seaman expansion projects on flow and habitat relationships in the Poudre. R2 cross was collected in segments A, B, and C above I-25. R2 cross was mainly used as a jumping off point, and CPW relied heavily on the PHAB-SIM datasets, which I'll cover in the next few slides. Next. As the name suggests, PHAB-SIM datasets, or physical habitat simulation modeling, is a model over a representative reach. The first step is to create a calibrated hydraulic model or a stage discharge relationship. Next, habitat suitability curves, shown here in blue, are linked into the hydraulic model depending on the fish present in the reach. Habitat suitability curves correlate different species preference for factors such as depth, velocity, substrate, and cover. Within the reference curves, different life stages such as adult, juvenile, and fry have different index values for their preference for these factors. The end result is a weighted usable area versus flow relationship. The weighted piece essentially equates to habitat preference for depth and velocity, which are the two big drivers in the Sarah function of flow. Here's an example of a PHAB-SIM dataset from segment A of the Poudre Flows project. And we assessed adult and juvenile brown and rainbow trout, fry, suckers, and longnose dace in this segment. So the trick is to recommend flows that balance the needs of various species and life stages to ensure flows are not detrimental. In other words, you're not in a flow range causing large declines in habitat for any one species. Shown in orange is trout fry, who generally seek out larger or shallow, low velocity channel margins along the banks. As you can see, this habitat is slightly declining, but is relatively stable across stage as flow increases. So we really looked at adult and juvenile trout as well as the warmer water species for segment A. Having the highest WUA curves are juvenile trout in blue and green, and generally speaking, these species are habitat generalists, and they're less preferential than other species like adults. Knowing that we have juveniles and adults in the river at any one time, and cold and warm water species, we sought to balance these needs with our flow recommendations. On the next slide, I'll show you those ranges. The upper end of the improved range, or flows of up to 260, don't result in detrimental habitat conditions overall, with the exception of trout fry that I mentioned explicitly. The lower end preserve rate, 80 CFS, is based on where you start to see notable gains in available habitat, so an increased slope in the WUA versus flow curve. R2 cross was also used for the lower end of this range to assess fish passage limitations. Next slide. So that general approach was used in segments A through F, and the fish species analyzed vary depending on the segment. By segment D, analysis is predominantly on warmer water species, such as sandshiners, fathead minnows, longnose dace, suckers, and darters. Although trout are present in sampling efforts in these lower segments of the Poudre, fishery management is focused on warmer water species. I'll also note here that two segments were combined, A and B and E and F. And the reason is that PHAB-SIM results were very similar for these two segments. In segments E and F, the fish community is nearly uniform and WUA curves were almost identical. For segments A and B, although the fish community structure is not identical, similar species do exist and WUA curves were very similar, leading us to combine. I'll pause here and I won't go over the results of this table, but will say that these are the flow rates CPW recommends to preserve and improve the natural environment in segments A through F of the Poudre River. More detail can be found in our flow quantification report. And with that, I'll wrap up and pass the baton to Kate Ryan with the Colorado Water Trust.
Thanks, Katie. My name is Kate Ryan. I am Senior Staff Attorney with the Colorado Water Trust, and I'm going to shift gears here into some more qualitative description of our Poudre Flows project. So the role of the Water Trust is as project manager and fiscal agent for the Poudre Flows project, and I'm going to talk about it from those two perspectives. First, with respect to project management, the Poudre Flows project was born way back in 2013. There's a group that Colorado State University convenes known as the Poudre. Poudre runs through its Study Action Group. And back in 2013, that group had been looking at different solutions for restoring stream flow to the Poudre River. Like we've talked about today, it's a really, really hard-working river. If you think about the river, it has been relied upon by communities surrounding it since statehood for municipal purposes, for industrial diversions, and for agricultural and municipal uses. And because of all those uses, there are quite a few locations at which the river can dry up from year to year in different locations during different times of the year. And so it's never been a great candidate for a traditional in-stream flow appropriation. So the PRTI put together a flows committee, and that flows committee eventually reached out to the Water Trust. So we became engaged relatively early in the project. And since that time, as the project has coalesced, we've been working with the different project partners who are here today. So we're now working with the cities of Thornton, Greeley, and Fort Collins, Cache La Poudre Water Users Association, and Northern Water. So it's kind of an amazing group of water users. Not only do they use the Poudre River and are located along the Poudre River for their own uses, but they want to come together and use their own water rights to benefit the river. And they're a very diverse group. We've got municipal water users, we've got agriculturally related water users. So it's a really neat group of different water users coming together to find a solution for the Poudre River. Since 2013, we did a lot of outreach, a lot of project development, and when late 2018, early 2019 rolled around, it looked like we were just about ready to file a water court application. But we continued to engage in extensive outreach, and it became clear based on conversations with some other water users, as well as the Division of Water Resources, that we needed to go out and get some legislation to provide discrete direction for the plan for augmentation to make administration possible and to really ensure other water users, both on the Poudre and across the state, that this type of plan for augmentation would do exactly what our project partners envisioned it would do, which is to add water to the river without impacting all of the other hardworking aspects of that water, all of the water rights and operations that have gone on for years and years. So between 2019 and 2020, we continued an extensive outreach process. We were engaged in developing legislation. And in the context of working on that legislation, we spoke with water users through state affairs and all across Colorado. We reached out to water users in the Yampa Basin, the Colorado River Basin, the Rio Grande, and we were able to come up with legislation that really provides very good discrete direction so that, again, we can do exactly what our project partners wanted to do. Increase flows, add to some flows in the Poudre River, but not impact those existing water rights and operations that are there. As we look towards 2021, assuming we have the support of this board, we look forward to filing a water court application. We know there'll be opposition to the application due to the water court process. We're in Division 1, but we're also very hopeful that that legislative process and all the outreach we've done to conferences, to South Platte and Metro roundtables, working with Division of Water Resources and the Water Commissioner, all that should help to make the water court process go relatively smoothly. And finally, I wanted to mention the fiscal support we've gotten for this project. As you can imagine, with the work that Greg and Spronk have done and all the time that's gone into this project, it's not inexpensive. And we have received support from Gates Family Foundation, the Telluride Foundation, Xcel Energy Foundation, the Yampa Valley Community Foundation, as well as individual support. And then I really want to mention the financial support that we've received from Poudre Flow's project partners. So Thornton, Greeley, Fort Collins, and Northern Water have really come to the table, not only with very solid financial support, but hours and hours. We have monthly meetings. We're working on developing all the materials that go into this. And so their support, both in kind and financial, has been invaluable. And with that, I will pass the baton to Dan Brown.
Well, thanks, Kate. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I guess I'll assume you can hear me. I represent the Cache Poudre water users. Well, first of all, my name is Dan Brown. I'm an attorney in Fort Collins, and me and my firm have represented the Cache Poudre Water Users Association for a long time. The Cache Poudre Water Users is a group of nearly all of the major water users in the basin, and its principal purpose, in fact, nearly its only purpose, is to protect the river and the stream regimen for water users. So I want to also caveat that I'm not representing any water users here directly. I'm representing this association of water users. So there's still outreach likely needed to particular water users, but on behalf of this group of water users, it consists primarily of irrigation organizations, but also project partners like Fort Collins and Greeley. That's what the association does. So the Cache Poudre Water Users is not an environmental organization, and it has no stream flow purpose. So you might be wondering why we'd be involved. And even more strange is that we've been involved in this from the very outset, and it is actually principally the water users' idea that is coming to fruition here. So why have we been involved in this? I think it was foresight from my directors, recognizing that with increasing population and changing attitudes, that these issues concerning stream flow in the river were not going to go away. And there was concern that if we wouldn't, as a water users association, if we don't do something about this and provide a mechanism, help provide a mechanism to work on this sort of thing, something will be done for us. So our principal motivation is we want to allow this new mechanism to take place and work within the existing prior appropriation system. In short, we envision this to be a water problem, not a political problem, and ought to be solved like a water problem. And that's precisely what we see is going on here. So from the outset, the association said if this plan will protect property rights, water rights, work within the prior appropriation system, not only not injure other water users, which is important, but also to honor the existing stream regimen and existing administrative practices in the basin. In short, if it doesn't disrupt the status quo, that you'd have a willing partner in the association, and that's exactly what we see has been happening over the years. So that's the association's expectation. Nevertheless, I'd be lying if I said that the directors don't feel like they're taking something of a risk here, that they don't want to backfire. So my job has been and remains to keep in the forefront sort of the understanding with which we've all agreed to go forward with this, which has coalesced into what I think has been already mentioned, a memorandum of understanding or agreement that we all entered into that sets out our understanding about how this plan will work. So I guess what I wanted to point up there for the board is that we envision this to be a water, more or less a water user run plan, a local plan for a local problem. And it's not just CWCB rules and regulations and court guidance and this new statute in place, but there is a memorandum of understanding we've all agreed to and we intend to honor. And I guess the main thing about that that's interesting is I think it was important to my client, I think to several others, that we all agreed that this is a consensus-based plan and we are not going to be taking actions without unanimity. So on this basis, I think this is a unique plan that we're pleased with, and we're all moving forward with this now. So I think in closing, I would say, and I'm a little bit off script here, but certainly I don't think it's any news to anybody that there's a little trepidation here, and inviting a state agency into the basin for a plan like this is something novel. So I'm hopeful that this works out the way that's envisioned, because I know other water users in other areas are watching. So with that, I'll conclude and pass it back to you, Kalia.
Okay, there I am. Hi. Thank you all so much for helping us out with this. I know people want to ask some questions. We do want to open it up to discussion. I have about 4 minutes. I can just run through the in-stream flow rule factors, and then we'll open it up to questions before we go on to the next part, which is the seed water. So if that works for everyone, I'll just go ahead and go through the factors here. There's actually 11 factors that the board must consider in evaluating the appropriateness of an acquisition. So this project is generally divided into two parts. The first being the augmentation plan itself, which we're going over now. And then the second is the individual acquisitions, which we'll have to take action on individually for interest in water to be used in the plan. So all the factors are listed in both these presentations, but to save us too much repetition today, I'm going to just go through for this one only the factors that are related to the reach of stream to be augmented and the recommended flow rates on which the board must make findings on. So for the second part, we'll go through the other factors. So here, CWCB does not hold an existing in-stream flow water rate in the subject reach or below the reach on the South Platte River. So while, as the other presenters were saying, an in-stream flow has been considered here in past years, but because of water availability and extensive water development, it just hasn't been feasible. So hence the years of effort to try to find a way to preserve and improve the natural environment in the river in this reach. So let's see, Katie covered the natural environment and the hydrology. Greg LeSprunk covered the hydrology. Just wanted to mention that the stream flows in the Poudre fluctuate both naturally and due to the water development. So the goal here is not to try to hold the stream flow at a constant rate, but rather the flow will continue to fluctuate as it always has, but the delivered water will be shepherded through the reach. So it's a little similar to releases from a reservoir or the CBT deliveries through the reach. It's just the only added thing here is that there would be no exchanges on that water unless certain exchanges were allowed. There are some details on that. So move forward here. So the historical use, return flow, and injury, I'll address that because that's more appropriate to address in the seed water section. The maximum utilization and interstate compacts, I'm going to address that in the next presentation under the seed water. So the benefit of the plan here, one thing this plan does is it establishes a framework for bringing water rates to the stream without going to court for every single little increment of water. All of them will come to the board. This is a voluntary program. It's transparent. It's much more efficient. It allows participation by the public, the water users, the board, the water court, and Division of Water Resources. We see this as a creative solution to a long-standing challenge. This will preserve and improve the natural environment, or help to preserve and improve the natural environment of the Poudre River to a reasonable degree. And it represents a successful partnership with various water users and diverse stakeholders on the river. I think Greg touched briefly on administrability. We have been in contact with Division of Water Resources through the years and will continue coordinating with them. The preliminary discussions indicate it will be administrable. There's a few things that we need to do and which we know, but just to enumerate those, the decree needs to contain appropriate terms and conditions to prevent injury. Applicants will need to ensure there's adequate measurement, recording, and reporting as required to facilitate proper administration. Any infrastructure modifications will need to be in place to allow the water to pass through the subject reach. And communication protocols need to be established. So communication with the water commissioner, so he knows, how much water is being delivered and where, and with water users. Preferably, they say on a real-time basis. So the cost of the project, there is no direct cost right now, no direct expenditures. The water owners are donating their interest in water rights to be used for the seed water. The financial contributions, I think the partners that Kate enumerated and the Cashel Poudre Water Users Association supporting Dan Brown's time, so everybody's time, and actual financial contributions to support the consulting work as well. We have indirect costs, of course, just our time, the water court, the planning, and then in operations later and participation in the management committee, staff time and attorney general's time, possibly future direct costs if another water owner wants to lease water into the program, we'll come back to the board to request funding to support those. So with that, I'm to staff recommendation. So we have no formal action required at this meeting, but we do request that board help to identify questions, concerns, comments. And this initiates a 120-day period for board review. So under our rules and acquisition, we have 128 days to either say yay or nay on an acquisition. And these are our masked heroes here who went on a biking tour of the lower river during COVID. You see the river in the background in Massillon, of course. So with that, I will open it up to questions and comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Director Brody. And then I saw a couple of hands.
So I just want to thank everyone for the very detailed and thoughtful analysis and proposal. I think you've done a really great job of presenting a comprehensive and thoughtful approach, and I really appreciate the collaboration and engagement of many local and state stakeholders. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Yuan?
Yeah, I want to echo Director Brody's sentiments. So thank you all for being here and for the time that you've taken to do this. I just had one question, and maybe I missed it, but just about the measurement. So, and maybe Dan Brown can answer some of this too, because it has to do with the irrigation. But I was just wondering about bypassing on the structures. Are there going to be additional measurement required at the structures themselves to make sure that we're bypassing the correct amount at each location, or is that a concern of yours?
Thanks, Director Yuan. Yes, that's a major concern of the association. We've and the water users have principally two concerns. They're wanting the details of future accounting and the manner in which their structures would be modified and measurement would take place so that they know they're getting the water they're entitled to. I think this is some of the administrative detail that we will be working out as we put the plan further together and work our way through water court. But yes, those are concerns the water users have. And yes, my expectation is that at in certain places where it's necessary, particularly where it's necessary for administration of any water right and measurements needed, that will be something that the plan will have to address.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I was thinking. I know, we have the same issues down here with bypassing water for recharge plans down here. And, anytime you go around a head gate somewhere, you have to have a measurement. And so that's an important piece of this. So I just want to make sure that we do that correctly and that there is no injury. So thanks.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. And again, thank you for the presentation, the background, years of hard work. I can appreciate it. And I appreciate Representative Arndt's dedication to getting this across to the legislature as well. And I guess I have a couple questions. One, this interface of the in-stream flow program is as something, and it's a question, not necessarily anticipated in the legislation, but seems to be another tool. And secondly, and just in a broader sense, I know we're looking at this, is how applicable this will be to other drainages. And so maybe, Dan, your perspective as to bringing together these interests and having the MOA, or do you think it's just really unique? This process and the legislation is just really unique to the PUDR.
Sorry, is that a question to me?
Yep. Well, given your experience, and I guess I will ask our staff as well, but your work and you're seeing it if it works in other places.
Well, my view of this is that this could easily work in other places. It's probably happening here just because of, I guess I'm a little bit, maybe my pride will show a little bit, but this has been an area that through the Water Users Association and others has been more cooperative perhaps in other places because there is a forum for us to communicate. So I think we maybe are in the forefront only because of the communication that takes place and was facilitated in this instance through CSU and the Poudre River Runs Through It group. Having said all that, I don't see that there's any reason why if people see success here, they could not take the tools and tailor them to their own situation.
Thank you. And maybe Linda has a comment about the role of in-stream flows with the statute, or is that too much in the weeds?
This is Linda Bassey with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. I'm not exactly sure, Director Schwartz, what your question is, but I will say that the statute directly does address in-stream flow use of this augmentation water. It's an augmentation plan to augment stream flows to preserve or improve the natural environment, and identifies the CWCB.
Great, thank you.
Are there other questions? If not, Kaylee, please proceed.
All right, thank you. So the next item that we have is we've combined items 23A, B, and C into one presentation because they were just too repetitive to not do it that way. So for the record, Kaylee White, staff, Stream and Lake Protection Section of CWCB. So this is proposed acquisition of 3 contractual interests in what we're calling seed water rights from Fort Collins, Greeley, and Thornton. So representatives from each of those entities is here, and we'll present briefly after I give you an introduction. As we know, the proposal for this acquisition, as we did in the last item, is for augmentation plan to augment stream flows. Now this This acquisition proposal is for the contractual interest in water rights to be used in that plan. The water will be reused by these municipalities downstream of the what we're calling the seed water reaches. So the reaches that they identify that the water is available for use in the augmentation plan. The court will confirm the use of these seed water rights that will be requested in the water court application. So as you all know, this is the first of 2 board meetings, the same as for the general augmentation plan. No formal action is required here. So for background, Fort Collins, Greeley, and Thornton, they were all early Poudre Flows partners. So each municipality is a key partner and a signator to the Phase 2 Memorandum of Understanding, which CWCB is also a signator. There was an original Memorandum of Understanding that these entities entered into without CWCB, so before we got involved. And the augmentation plan, the reach, actually flows through the cities of Fort Collins and Greeley. So the method of acquiring interest is we've got draft water delivery agreements in each of the seed water memos. They have similar conditions. They're not exactly the same as each other. Upon approval of the board of these acquisitions, the CWCB director would then sign those agreements. We've got the seed water engineering letter reports that are also attached to your memo. Those describe the water rates, the proposed use of the water in the plan. So in general, the cities would deliver water for exclusive use by CWCB in the augmentation plan. We have a management committee that is described in the memorandum of agreement. And that management committee it evaluates the water as it comes into the program. It helps operate the plan and notifies the proper entities when the deliveries are made. And then CWCB would request administration to protect the delivered water through the seed reach from diversion or exchange in accordance with the terms and conditions of the plan. So I've got 3 slides here on the seed water rates, but each of these 3 entities is going to speak about their own water rates. So I'm just going to say briefly, Fort Collins, as you saw, goes through their water rates will extend through part of segment A, all of B, and part of C, approximately 10 miles of reach there. City of Greeley's down near the city through segment F to the confluence of the South Platte, approximately 13 miles. And Thornton's, they're able to use some of their water rates through the entire reach of stream, which is approximately 55 miles from the canyon mouth to the confluence. So here again is the seed water map. It's that same map showing the A through F segments and the 3 seed water reaches. And I'm going to turn it over now to Eric Patiandi from Fort Collins. Then I'll be followed by Jen Petrozelka and with Greeley, and then Emily Hunt from Thornton. So on to you, Eric.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Patiandi. I'm an assistant city attorney with the city of Fort Collins. I'm kind of the in-house water attorney here for Fort Collins. Susan Smolnick is also on the line. She's a water resources engineer for Fort Collins Utilities, which is our municipally owned utilities. Susan asked me to take the lead on this presentation because she's been pretty busy with some major infrastructure projects and some fires we've had in the basin that I'm sure you've heard about. So just as an overview, Fort Collins has been involved in the Poudre Flows plan really since the beginning and has been very supportive of this effort. This plan has come before the Fort Collins City Council on several occasions, and each time it has, it's received unanimous support, and including a resolution where we're authorized to sign the water agreement that's before the board. Fort Collins has also supported this plan in various ways. This has included some financial backing. Again, Susan can attest, lots of staff time working on this, as well as the proposed inclusion of some of Fort Collins water rights as a source of seed water. I did want to note that we have a lot of creative folks and have some other ideas for use of Fort Collins water rights potentially in the future once this plan gets up and going. But right now, we're just focusing on these particular seed water rights that Kaylee identified. The Fort Collins seed water rights are water rights represented by shares in a few ditch companies, the Arthur Irrigation Company, the Larimer County Canal No. 2 Irrigating Ditch Company, and the New Mercer Ditch Company. These are commonly called the South Side ditches in Fort Collins because they each divert water from the Poudre River just west of town and are used to irrigate lands that were where Fort Collins basically grew into and developed. Fort Collins acquired all these shares over time as part of the water dedication requirements for water service, and they were quantified and changed in case number 2005 CW 323. And the new uses do include augmentation as well as municipal and other uses. As kind of shown on the map in the blue reach, the plan would be for Fort Collins to use its seed water rights in this plan. The water would be quantified at the original points of diversion just west of Fort Collins. The water would then be used in the Poudre River in the stream reach for augmentation use pursuant to that new bill and statute. This would preserve and improve flows through Fort Collins, including through a number of Fort Collins-owned natural areas and parks, as well as through our Whitewater Park along the Poudre River and along a very popular Poudre River Trail. When the water reaches the diversion for the Fossil Creek Reservoir Inlet Ditch, which is a little more in East Fort Collins, what we would plan to do would be to redivert the majority of this water for storage in our gravel pit Rigdon Reservoir. And we would leave a small portion of the water in the river to meet surface return flow obligations associated with the seed water. That is because these are changed water rights. Each time we divert them, we have return flow obligations. So some of those return flow obligations are immediate and some are delayed over time. So we would leave a small portion in the river to meet return flow obligations and divert the rest of the water for storage and later use. That's really the heart of it. And I just want to say for Fort Collins that we remain very supportive of this plan. The Poudre River is a major asset to Fort Collins and is really central to our community's identity. Improved river flows will enhance a lot of the city's environmental policy goals, and as well as improve many of our assets, such as our natural areas and parks. And one other point I want to stress is that, Fort Collins is sort of on both sides of this equation. Fort Collins does want to see improved river flows, but we also rely on the Poudre River as a source of treated and non-potable water for irrigation. So while we want to see this plan work, we, much like the Water Users Association, also want to make sure that it doesn't injure existing water rights of ourselves or our neighbors. And one last thing is, we appreciate that this is a somewhat novel concept, and there's going to be some learning in working through the operations and how this actually works on the ground. And we're looking forward to doing that as we get going. And I think that is my 5 minutes. So I will pass it on to Jen Petrzelka from Greeley.
Good afternoon. I'm Jen Petrzelka with the City of Greeley, Water Resources Operations Manager. Greeley is proposing to dedicate some shares we own in the Greeley Irrigation Company. This is a ditch that diverts east of 83rd Avenue in Greeley. And we're proposing, we have changed 125 of our shares. They have been changed for municipal uses, including augmentation, so they are eligible for this plan. And Kaylee, can you go to the next slide? I'm still seeing Eric's map. Thanks. The GIC yields a little over 2,000 acre feet of year, about 5.5 CFS daily on average from April 15th to October 31st. Next slide. The Greeley Irrigation Company is a fairly senior ditch with priorities in the 1870s, so it diverts pretty consistently year to year. These shares that we are proposing to dedicate have historically been diverted at the GIC headgate. And the proposed use in this plan is that we would continue to divert those shares at the headgate. The water would travel approximately 2 miles to the F Street return structure, which is at the beginning of segment F. Once it reaches the river there, it will continue to meet its in-stream flow purposes until the end of segment F, where it will go to pay Greeley's return flow obligations or other augmentation obligations. And I will conclude by saying that Greeley is also very supportive of this plan. They've been involved from the very beginning as well. We're very interested in the health of the river from the canyon mouth all the way to the confluence with the South Platte. We know that that takes cooperation with all the water users in the basin, and this plan is a really great means to achieve that goal. Additionally, Greeley, the Poudre River flows through Greeley, and we have developed and continue to develop natural areas along the Poudre River for the benefit of our community, which this plan also helps to support. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to Emily Hunt with the City of Thornton. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Emily Hunt. I'm the Deputy Infrastructure Director with the City of Thornton. And Thornton's contribution to this plan can be seen on the map that Kaylee's displaying right now. We have the ability to provide water to pretty much every reach of the plan at certain times of year as we develop our Thornton Northern project. And similar to the concept Jen described, Thornton seed water is essentially using our return flows that are required by the change of use in our Northern project decree. So it gets a little bit complicated because we are contributing to return flows to certain parts of the reach before those return flows are owed. And then once they are owed and delivered to the structure or the location of the river where our obligation is, then they're no longer protected under this in-stream flow. So if we could go to the next slide, give you a little bit more detail. The Thornton Northern project consists of shares in the water supply and storage company system on the Poudre River. And back in the 80s, Thornton acquired almost half of that ditch company and went through water court to transfer those shares from agricultural to municipal use. Currently, all that water is still used within the WISC system for irrigation. And because of that irrigation use, there are return flows that are naturally accruing to the Poudre River at every single reach that was identified in the previous map. So what's going to happen is as Thornton starts to actually convert that water from irrigation use to municipal use, we will have to obviously mimic those return flows pursuant to our water court decree. And so what'll happen with this augmentation plan and how our seed water is contributed is rather than delivering that water to the very specific location that the return flow is owed, we will deliver it as high up in the reach as we possibly can. And so as I mentioned, it'll contribute to the augmentation plan from that high point in the reach until that in-stream flow or until that return flow is owed. Thornton will also release appropriate system losses, transit losses to make sure that that the water that reaches our return flow obligation is the full amount that is actually owed. All of the Thornton water that we're contributing through the seed water agreement won't be available on day one. It will kind of ramp up as Thornton's agricultural to municipal conversion continues, and we anticipate that's probably a 42 or 50-year process. But at full build out, we believe that we have around just over 2,000 acre feet to contribute to this plan, flow rates up to 9.5 CFS. Like Fort Collins, we feel like there's a lot of opportunities to provide additional water to this augmentation plan in the future, either on a permanent or a temporary basis. But the seed water that we are contributing is a water that we felt we could commit in perpetuity to this plan. Obviously, Thornton is not located within the Poudre River Basin, but we are a significant water user in the basin currently on the ag side, in the future on the municipal side. It is a hardworking river. Thornton is adjacent to the South Platte River, which is another hardworking river. So we have great appreciation for the importance of working collaboratively with your fellow water users in the stretch, the importance of having a healthy river and consistent flows in terms of its benefit, not just to water administration and water use, but also obviously the natural environment. So we're really pleased to be part of this project and grateful for the CWCB, the Water Trust, the other water users, their support and their inclusion of us as we move forward with this. So thanks for your consideration today. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Eric, Jen, and Emily, for the water rights and for your contribution to the presentation. So I just have a few minutes here to wrap up to go through the in-stream flow acquisition factors for the seed water rights. This slide is just a reminder, this is the one that Greg Sullivan showed you where these seed water rights will be used in the augmentation plan. And anywhere, even in this light shade of blue, that means there's water being provided. So there's water that's available in most of the time in the entire reach, if it's needed. These are the maximum numbers. So back to those factors, the in-stream flow rule factors. So we reviewed the hydrology, the natural environment, but I wanted to point out those dry up points that was on Greg's map too. There are, these are the main dry up points. There are others that can occur less frequently at certain times of year, but these are some of the ones that we will need to work out exactly how we're going to get the water past these points. So this factor is relevant to the actual seed water being used. What's the historic use for the return flow obligations and to prevent injury to others? So the new law established further criteria over just the existing law. So existing law will certainly allows other water rights to have their water rights protected both in the board process and in water court. The new law added some additional protections for other water uses and for other water rights and other uses of water. So for the water supply, the requirement is that it has to have gone through a previous court change to augmentation, and the historical consumptive use must have been quantified. And if that's true, then there's no further change of the water rate that's needed to come into this plan. The use is also subject to, of course, all the previous terms and conditions of that water right. For instance, the historic return flow will need to be maintained. Volumetric limits will be honored, ditch loss reductions. Any other terms and conditions that were negotiated in those underlying decrees, those will be honored here. So, and additional terms and conditions as necessary will be included in the new augmentation plan decree. What was interesting, and another interesting thing out of this legislation is no injury to the undecreed existing exchanges. And these are exchanges that have been previously approved by the Division of Water Resources before the application was filed. We'll also have a management committee that will evaluate each new water rate to be used, to be added into the plan. And the idea is that the water that comes into the plan will be new water to that reach of stream, such that it couldn't have been relied upon before because it wasn't in the river in this reach before. Furthermore, any physical modifications to the existing structures will be the responsibility of the applicant with consent of the structure owner. That is actually in the statute as well. So to go into maximum utilization and compacts. So maximum utilization, yes, the water will at least be used twice. We're going to beneficially use it to augment the stream flows, and subsequently downstream, the water users will be using that for various purposes. We don't anticipate any negative impacts on the interstate compact. Furthermore, the subject reach is wholly in Water District 3, and the South Platte compact primarily affects District 64 down on the South Platte. With some of the benefits, and we've got to go through stacking and the cost. So we know there's no direct cost. Went through that. The benefits, this will preserve and improve the habitat without injury to other water rates. One thing it does for other water rates, though, is it provides additional flows that could help bolster the river diversions. It raises the river stage, it reduces temperature, and improves water quality. So also we would stack these water rates additively. So they can be combined. So each of the seed water rates that come through, if you have 2 CFS from one and 5 CFS from another, there's 7 CFS in the reach. Also, in those upper reaches, any of the protected mitigation releases by Northern Water from Glade Reservoir would be stacked on top of these protected reaches. All of the flows would be protected together through the reach. Less transit loss, of course. We talked about administrability. Discussions with DWR are ongoing and will certainly continue throughout the court process and the operations process. With that, our recommendation, no formal action needed to identify questions, and we have our 120-day period to either say yay or nay on these acquired water rates, the 3 separate ones. And here's our masked heroes along the river.
Thank you, Kaylee. Director Trick has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know who wants to jump in and answer this question, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around this new concept and entirely new kind of appropriation. But I was hearing the municipalities speak about the seed water, and what I heard was that the seed water is going to be water that is owed for return flow obligations from changed shares. So if it's return flow water, I'm struggling to understand how this is adding new water to the stream.
I'll address that briefly, and I don't know if somebody else speak up if you want to, but briefly, the return flows are owed, down where the return flows accrued, and this is, in a sense, moving those return flows back upstream, so back up to those original head gates where the return flows were not in the stream historically. Let me know if somebody else wants to add to that.
This is Eric Byundi for Fort Collins. We would be diverting water at the original point of diversion and leaving it in the stream, which would be well upstream of where the historical return flow obligation is owed. So we would be adding water to the stream a number of miles of stream above the return flow obligation location. And I believe that Thornton's situation is similar.
That's correct.
As well as Greeley.
Director Dutton?
Yeah, thanks for that, Director Trick. I was kind of thinking along similar lines, and you prompted it in a way that now I feel like I can ask a smart question. So thanks. So if the return flows were going to be or are required at the point of the return lower in the area, but we're moving them now, will there be additional river losses to make sure that the quantities of return flows at the lower locations are maintained?
Well, this is Eric Byundi again. Under our change of water right decree, when we divert water at either the original point or one of the alternative points, that establishes a return flow obligation farther downstream, and that is set. And that can be met under our decree under a number of ways. So if we deliver water in the stream from higher up to that lower location, we are responsible for the transit losses there. So if the return flow obligation is, say, 10 acre feet, to pick a simple number, because I obviously couldn't do arithmetic and I became a lawyer instead. If that obligation is 10 acre feet, we would need to deliver more than 10 acre feet upstream to account for the transit losses. So it doesn't diminish the amount that's owed to the river for return flows.
Can I have a follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer very much, Eric. And just wanted to I guess kind of put it on the flip side as well. So with part of the non-injury finding, are we saying that we're not necessarily going to shepherd a full amount of quantity or a full quantity of these flows through the system, that return flows and river losses and, you know, any kind of other losses, return flows is the wrong word, transit losses and evaporation, any kind of river losses have been included to make sure that we're not causing injury at head gates? Is that fair?
This is Greg Sullivan. Yes, I think that is the proposal, that any water that is put in the river for augmentation and run downstream will be subject to transit losses, just like any other water that's conveyed in the river. So we're not seeking any special protection or treatment of this water that's different than any other water.
Director Yuan.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to kind of tack on this a little bit. When you're introducing this water upstream, is it a new location or is this what you have historically done? So are you moving them up a little further to help out, or is this where you always did? We're just helping you shepherd them to the location that you need them.
For Fort Collins, the water would be quantified and left in the stream at the original point of diversion. Currently and historically, these water rights have and are continued being diverted into the ditches for irrigation. So it would be quantified at that location and left in the river. It would not be diverted at an alternate point upstream.
That's the same for Thornton.
And for Greeley, we'd be diverting at the historical location as well and returning it back to the river at the first return structure on the ditch.
So I guess a follow-up to that, does this create any hardship on some of the farmers that have historically had this water carried in their ditch? Are you going to leave some in the ditch to help that carriage to the farmers?
For Fort Collins, we have pretty detailed agreements with all of these ditch companies that we acquired when we went through water court to do the change of water right case. So we have agreements on maintaining our portion of the ditch loss.
And similarly for Thornton, our court decree requires that.
Thanks.
Director Trick.
Thank you. I was just wondering, and this might be a question for Greg possibly, but what is the plan going to do to exchange potential in those reaches for new future exchanges that don't exist yet?
I think this plan intends to protect this water from new exchanges in the future.
I guess follow-up question, not just this water, but somebody that wants to do a new exchange in the future. just in that reach?
They would still be able to exchange, but not on this water. But if there was additional exchange potential, I suppose, I don't know. I guess if we're putting water, we're intending to protect it from further exchange. So yeah, they couldn't exchange unless the flows were above the protected level or the improved level.
I think another way to say that might be that this plan would not create additional exchange potential by adding this water to the stream, but the intent is certainly to not diminish any existing exchange potential that's already there. I think the intent is to have a net zero effect on exchange potential and all other existing water operations in the river.
This is Dan Brown. If you don't mind me jumping in here, I'm a little out of turn, but you guys are all asking very good questions that I think we, on the behalf of the water users, have tried to address, and why it took quite some time for us to work through this memorandum of understanding, where we tried to lay out what is new water, meaning hadn't been in the stream before, and how things will be measured. And I think right now we're agreed that there certainly are transit losses owed. The trick is how that will be calculated, but the idea is that it will be new water and it will suffer transit loss, and that existing water users' water rights and exchanges will not be impacted. It'll just be a brand new source of water in the river that is sort of off limits. And if we measure it properly and account for it properly, we've all agreed that's a fair way to deal with this situation.
Director Ryan.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't know I would come up right away. I just wanted to make a comment on behalf of the State Engineer's Office, because you've heard reference to us several times and the parties working with us. Excuse me. And as others have said, you're all asking very good, very insightful questions, and they all go toward what could be the impact on the water users on the river, other parties. And we've been involved with this for several, at least 5 to 6 years, if not more, and have expressed so many concerns, or we initially expressed so many concerns. And I just need to say that I'll say this in a general way, that the parties that you're hearing from today have done such a great job of addressing those concerns. Things like the impact on long-standing exchanges, whether or not it would impact future exchanges, the impact on the ditches that are carrying the water, and so on. I really appreciate Kate Ryan under her leadership, and Dan and Eric and the rest of the group for getting the legislation that allowed this. And so you can certainly continue to ask those questions, but I'd just like to say that we at the State Engineer's Office had those same questions and many others that we believe that the group has answered satisfactorily, either through the legislation or through the provisions in what would be an application. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We are running quite behind today, and we have some other guests that are here from an item that was postponed from yesterday, and both the chair and the vice chair have to end the meeting by 3. So I'm going to take this opportunity to ask the other board members, if there's a lot more discussion, I'm going to suggest that we set up a process to get additional questions back to staff, and that we either continue this one-on-one in coordination with staff, or we bring this at a board meeting. We got a lot of information today. There was a big board packet to work through. So unless someone feels that they need to comment this today, so I'm seeing Director Yan, Director Dutton, do you have something that you feel is needed to be said right now? Okay, Director.
Thanks to Kevin and Dan. That helped explain a lot. That's all.
Great. Yes, and Director Dutton.
I was just wondering if, thank you for acknowledging that this is a huge amount of information. And in addition, to the packet and this discussion, I'm overwhelmed. I can say that honestly, that I'm trying really hard to understand how these pieces all fit together within the legislation. And I appreciate that this has been a huge lift on behalf of the parties, but I learned so much from discussion and from hearing the other board members' questions. And I'm wondering if there would be an opportunity to have a workshop on this item between now and January to dive into it a little bit more. So that was just a question and maybe a suggestion.
Thanks. And I want to acknowledge there was a deep bench and a lot of visitors today. I know it's not easy to convene that again, but clearly this is the first time that this new statute is being used. So Kaylee, I would suggest that we come up with a plan for additional board discussion between now and the January meeting. And with that, I will again thank everybody for coming, providing all this great information for the partnership and collaboration that we see in front of us. And we will clearly have more discussion on this. Now I will move us to the agenda item that was postponed from yesterday. It is item 16, and I believe we're welcoming Andrea back on this one.
Hi again. Andrea Harbin Monahan, CWCB staff. So regarding agenda item 16 from yesterday, I have managed to get a hold of a representative with the City of Englewood who is here today to address concerns about this easement application, specifically regarding in-stream recreation. And also to clarify a question from yesterday, I believe this issue is going before the Englewood City Council on December 7th. So I don't think that they've addressed it as of yet, but Steve can correct me on that if I'm wrong. So with that, Steve Simon is here, who has been my primary contact on this project. He is with the City of Englewood and made himself available today to address concerns. And also available to address concerns is Ben Nielsen, who is a consultant on this project. So Steve, would you like to take the reins and discuss the proposed improvements in relation to in-stream recreation safety concerns?
Sure, thanks, Andrea. So I'm Steve Simon. I'm the Deputy Director of Engineering for Englewood Utilities. And I'll spend a couple minutes discussing the project, then I'm happy to take any questions. I've got a couple figures and photographs that might help clear the intent and what the construction of the project is going to look like. So the diversion structure will be constructed on Big Dry Creek, about 100 feet upstream of the confluence with the South Platte River. This is a non-navigable, non-recreational use creek. And so for the issue, as I understand, that was raised of potential recreation risks, I would say that those would be low, again, because there's really no recreational use on the creek. But, clearly there's recreational use on the Platte River, but I think it would be, improbable, borderline, impossible for someone to actually navigate up Big Dry Creek to where the diversion structure is going to be. The diversion structure itself is, it's going to look like a pretty common stormwater infrastructure that you'll see throughout the city or throughout the metro area. It's going to primarily be used during low to moderate flows. And so in those circumstances, I don't anticipate much, if any, pooling happening behind the adjustable weir structure that's going to create the diversion. It's basically the flow is just going to take a turn and divert into the pipeline. There is a gate. It's a 20-inch pipeline. There is a screen that's going to go over that will prevent anything large from going through there. During higher flows, we would actually plan on disengaging the gate, and so completely putting it in a down position to allow all the flows to pass through. So it would be a flow regime, I think that would be similar to what would be out there now. We would set that up to either be an automated process or potentially remotely actuated. But during the higher flows where we might expect more dangerous hydraulic conditions, we would just have the water flowing through. So from recreational opportunity, again, I think it's a very low risk. What I did want to address is risk from other types of users. So the trail is obviously in proximity to that, and as folks are want to do, they can sometimes go exploring off the trail. And so as part of the the final construction of this and what the city of Englewood would want to install out there to make sure it's secure and safe, we would have signage, and we would have fencing or screening to prevent folks from accessing, to the extent practicable, accenting the structure. The weir structure itself is actually, it's an adjustable weir, so it almost looks like a plate that will just kind of actuate up and down, and so it can be controlled to either divert everything through the diversion pipeline or actuate it to allow a certain amount of flow over top of it. I have some, if folks are interested in what this looks like, we have some similar, or I have some photographs of some similar structures. If you'd like to look at that, or I can just go ahead and take questions as they come up.
Are there any questions for Steve? Director Schwartz.
And thank you very much for the presentation. I don't know, to the extent possible, to throw up any of those pictures, or else to send them along for information. But is the safety issue one that you have addressed in the past, or been anyone expressed concern? And I think that you're adapting the structure to the flows has been good information.
To my experience, we don't have, or I personally haven't managed similar types of infrastructures since I've been here at Englewood. I might defer to Ben Nielsen if he's on the line about what type of security or safety type of equipment or facilities have been installed for similar type of infrastructure. Do we have Ben on the line?
Yeah, Steve, I'm here, Ben Nielsen. I'm with Merrick. I'm the city's consultant on the design of this diversion. In terms of as Steve mentioned, Big Dry Creek is a small drainage way with very low flows. You can see on the screen here, this is kind of the typical flows. The stream, besides during precipitation events, is around 5 CFS to 10 CFS. So pretty low flows. So, it's not considered a, navigable or a recreational type of stream. And so really the design criteria is really similar to what you would see as far as grade control structures and things in other small drainage ways in the Denver metro area. Definitely a different approach than what would be used on for example, a structure that would be on the South Platte, where there clearly is recreational use and those types of things. In terms of safety, I mean, the intent is not to have have recreation around this. And I think that there is, as Steve mentioned, I mean, there are obviously similar safety concerns or issues that any sort of infrastructure like diversions would have. I think typically signage, obviously physical barrier, just notifying people to stay out of this area is good. In terms of kind of the hydraulic conditions during typical flows, I see those as very low, just based on the fact that there's just not much flow in this stream. But during high flow events, flooding type events, there can be risks associated with that, which is pretty typical with all kind of storm and drainage way type of facilities in the Denver metro area.
Director Yon.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell the guys thanks for coming and explaining this to to us, it looks like that's an Obermeyer bladder gate there that's being used, and that's what you plan to use. So this is commonly used in our area, and when the flows are higher, they just lay down in the river, and so you don't even notice that they're there. Unlike some of our older structures that have boards in them that you have to go physically take them out, which doesn't always happen and can be dangerous at times. This one is easy to let down, and you can automate it, like they said. So I was just wondering, does this go completely across the creek there, or do you have some kind of rocks or something that are a little higher that bring it into this area? That answers my question.
Steve, yeah. This is Ben Nielsen again. So yeah, what you're seeing on the screen here, the Obermeyer gate is this kind of white rectangle in the middle of the page, and that's only 7 feet across. And then the kind of the gray hatched areas, those are large boulders that are stepped down on each side of that. The drainage way in this area is approximately 25 to 30 feet wide. And so this just kind of sits in and really kind of matches in with the current contouring of the stream. There were some photos that Steve had put up earlier in this presentation here that kind of showed that. Can we cycle back to those and maybe kind of show, just to give a sense of, so here's the kind of the size of the stream or so. Yeah, that Obermeyer gate's 7 feet wide.
So the Obermeyer actually takes it off to the side. The main channel is still unobstructed.
The Obermeyer gate more or less is when it's up.
It is
so when it's up, 5 CFS is the diversion rate on this, and when when the flows are really low, that stream entirely goes into diversion. And then when that lowers down, that 7 feet wide is kind of somewhat consistent with the flows you see here. So when it's not diverting, more or less the stream goes through the Obermeyer gate, and it's in the concrete bay of which it's in its entirety.
All right, thanks. Looks good.
Are there any other questions or comments on this? Andrea,
I did want to address one point that Andrea had brought up and what the next step on this look like. So, yes, the city intends, and I'll be taking this to Englewood Council on December 7th, pending the approval here at this board and at City Council. Then we would proceed with payment and acquisition of the easement. Then we would move forward. There's still a couple permitting boxes that need to be checked that rely on the acquisition of this easement. So we'll proceed into the acquisition of those permits. I would say it's probably optimistic that we would get this done in the early part of next year. I think we would probably move forward, getting out of the high flow time of the year in the ditch itself, probably into the third or fourth quarter, probably third quarter, that we would intend to proceed with construction on the work.
Thank you. Director Young.
Yeah, I just wanted to, hopefully this answers some of the questions of the other directors. And if so, I would just move to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 16.
Director Yan has moved to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 16. It's been seconded by Director Dutton. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. If anyone is opposed, please put so in the chat. And seeing none, the motion is approved. We're at the end of our agenda today. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. It's been moved by Director Yan, seconded by Director Schwartz to adjourn. Thank you all for another great virtual meeting. Be well.
Thanks, everyone. See you later.
Thanks, Celine, for holding us together. You're a great glue for the last day and a half.
Thanks.
Too bad you have to be the Zoom leader.
I know.
Your whole tenure is going to be Zoom.
Well, January, we'll be Zooming, no doubt.
I think so.
Yeah.